I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Minnick.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Minnick, Carroll County Planning Director. We have a rather large group of people today. Appreciate all of the But now you have to hear me. Okay, so again, Jim Minnick, Carroll County Planning Director. In anticipation of such a large group, I wanted to make sure we have some understanding of what this commission does. So the Planning Commission, can you pull up the slide, please? Oh, the what?
We can't hear you.
I don't think the mic's working.
No. All right. The Planning Commission is an advisory board for the Board of Supervisors in decision making. The Planning Commission holds meetings twice a month. Generally speaking, Wednesdays on the second and fourth Wednesdays of every month, with the exception of December and November, in which they are held on the third Thursdays of the month. Meetings start at 9 a.m. The Planning Commission holds a public meeting. They hear the project summary, open the meeting to public comment, applicant comments. Planning commissioners then they may have time to comment as well before they render a decision. Planning Commission has the opportunity to speak on any agenda, or the public as well. The chairman opens up the public discussion before taking action. Speakers have a limit of 3 minutes on each agenda item. Please read and complete the speaker form. We have speaker forms. Any of you who haven't done the speaker form, please feel free to fill that out. Depending on the type of project, the Planning Commission may make a final determination and or a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. If upon determination by the Planning Commission, everybody has a right to appeal, must be filed appropriate appeal within the next 10 days and pay for appropriate appeal fee. Please turn off your cell phones and any other electronic devices that would interrupt the meeting. That said, I'm going to ask County Council to come up to speak regarding the 3 minutes.
Good morning, Jeff Holbrook, County Council. Before we begin the public comment portion of any part of this meeting, I wanted to review the rules that govern public comment. And due to the number of speakers today and based on disruptions that have occurred at previous meetings, it is necessary to restate these requirements. Under California's Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.3, legislative bodies such as the Planning Commission may adopt reasonable regulations on public comment to ensure meetings are conducted efficiently and in an orderly manner. The Brown Act further provides under Government Code Section 54957.9 that if a meeting is willfully interrupted in a way that makes the orderly conduct unfeasible, and order cannot be restored by removing individuals causing the disruption, the legislative body may clear the meeting and continue with its business. The chair, Mr. Schaffner, is responsible for preserving order and decorum. If public comment becomes disruptive or prevents the orderly conduct of the meeting, the chair will provide a warning to the speaker, and if the disruption continues, the chair will order the individual removed and recess the meeting until the disruption has ended. These rules are content neutral and are intended solely to ensure that everyone has a fair opportunity to be heard and that the meeting can proceed efficiently and respectfully. Failure to follow these rules may result in loss of speaking privileges and removal from the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We went over the standing room again. If anybody gets tired of standing, we've got TV sets in here and you can watch and hear everything. Okay, we need to approve the minutes of the November 12th meeting.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded for approval. Call the roll, please.
Schaffner?
Yes.
Kalin?
Yes.
Robin?
Yes.
Cabañas?
Yes.
Gallegos?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Gutierrez?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
Okay, we'll be starting with agenda item number 2.
All right, again, Jim Minnick, County Planning Director. Before we give this presentation, on behalf of the county, I want to acknowledge the many emails, calls, and comments we've received from members of the public regarding the proposed data center project. We hear your concerns and understand the desire for response and dialogue. However, it is important to note that in anticipation of any administrative permit that may come before a decision-making body, regardless of the project, we have an obligation to remain neutral and unbiased in our consideration of the matter. This includes both our planning commissioners and members of our Board of Supervisors. Today's hearing is a forum for further comments from the public, as well as a time for responses and questions from our planning commissioners. In addition, because there is a current litigation related to this project, the county is unable to respond to or comment on specific comments directly related to said litigation. This is not a reflection on the importance of any particular concern raised, but a necessary legal limitation. Please know that your comments, both during this hearing and outside this hearing, are being received and reviewed. Thank you. Luis Valenzuela will read the project into the record.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Luis Valenzuela, planner with Imperial County. I want to be presenting on behalf of Carlos Quero, lot merger 00191 submitted by Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing LLC. The project is located at 2304 Clark Road in Imperial, California, with assessor's parcel number 044-220-007, 044-220-042, 044-220-044, 044-220-045, and 044-220-046. Per the Imperial County General Plan, the land use designation for this project is urban area, and the zoning for these parcels are M1U light industrial with urban overlay, M2U medium industrial with urban overlay, and A2U with general agriculture with urban overlay. On the surrounding land use analysis, we can notice the city of Imperial limits on the north, A2U general agriculture with urban overlay in the city of central limits on the south, the city of Imperial limits on the east, and M2U medium industrial urban overlay and city of Imperial limits on the west. The Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing LLC has submitted a lot merger application number 00991 seeking approval to consolidate 5 individual parcels and Lame River Road into a single 75.39 acre site to accommodate the future development of a data center complex. The project would include ancillary infrastructure such as an electrical substation, an on-site battery energy storage system to support power backup, and emergency power generation through a natural gas backup generators. The site is situated on previously disturbed agricultural and industrial lands. Legal and physical access to the nearly merged parcel will be provided via ATM Road and Clark Road. The applicant intends to enter into a contract with local municipality to supply reclaimed water from the municipality's water treatment facility via dedicated conveyance system. All wastewater generated by the facility will be treated on-site through a proposed wastewater treatment system. Once treatment capacity is reached, treated effluent will be conveyed to the Imperial Irrigation District central drain located just south of the proposed project site. The next slide shows the existing land use distribution. The next slide shows the proposed lot merger. The next slide shows the existing land use distribution and lot merger. And the next slide shows an aerial view of the project. It is recommended that you conduct a public hearing, hear all the opponents and proponents of the proposed project. Staff will then recommend that you take the following actions. Find the lot merger number 00991 is categorically exempt from CEQA per Article 19, Section 15305, minor alteration and land use limitation, and that no further environmental documentation necessary. Find the lot merger number 00191 is consistent with applicable zoning and building ordinances, and approve lot merger number 00191 subject to attached conditions. Lastly, I'll leave you with a copy of the city map for your reference, and this concludes the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a representative for this project here today?
No microphone in there.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Tom DeBose, DeBose Design Group, representing Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing and the landowners who are seeking, along with my client, Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing, this lot merger application approval today.
Have you read the entire project and do you agree with everything in it?
Yes, we do.
Okay, do you have any further comments before we open this up to the public?
Just a couple, and then I would also like to invite my client, Sebastian Rishi of Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing, up to make some comments so that you can meet him as well. You know, in some of the presentations that I've made here recently, I had a gentleman at the El Centro Rotary come up at the end of the presentation and meeting, and he said, I just retired from the Imperial County prison facilities. Enjoyed a great career. I remember how loud and ugly it was when many of us didn't want those prisons. Not all of us. Some of us did, but many didn't. And today, we're hoping that they don't cut that from the budget. We can't afford to lose those jobs.
That was co-chairman.
So, the other comment I'd like to say is that there seems to be a trampling over of one's property rights. The property rights of those property owners that my client seeks to merge these lots for and purchase those lots that have sat idle for decades. Trampling over their rights with the current zoning that's been there going back into the 70s and refreshed many times by the county and recently substantiated by the City of Imperial with its approval of their service area plan showing their overlay of zoning. So we hope that you are able to review the information that's been presented by staff. Further, we have a great appreciation for the county staff in following the law. Sebastian, you want to come up? Also, we would like to have the ability, if you allow, to make some responding comments. I also have a thumb drive with more information about the project if you choose to want to see that, whether it's now or later. Sebastian?
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. My name is Sebastian Rucci. I'm behind this project. I've been here about a year and a half to put this together. So a few things I want to tell you. First off, I completely agree with what the planning staff has stated. Some of the people are very disturbed by ministerial. What ministerial is where you check boxes. I intentionally looked for land where you could check boxes. Why? Because I didn't want to get into a discretionary process where a lot of emotions would come out. Now, here's the thing. Ministerial does not mean you don't take a look at the environment. Number one, you find land that's properly zoned for. And the county, unlike a lot of the others, 14 years ago, you've added data centers that are permitted use in your industrial zone. This land will comprise about 75 acres. 93% of it is zone M1 and M2. 5 acres, or 7%, is zoned A2. That's been a huge issue where a lot of people focus on the A2 and what can't happen there. On the A2 is where we put the retention pond. That's a hole that collects water. That's permitted. In the other zones, everything else is permitted. Within the data center, the substations is in the M1. It's a permitted use in the M1. And one of the things that you're doing in the lot merger, you're not changing the zones. They stay exactly as they are. There's a rule that you have that if you have 40 acres or lower and you do a merger, then you pick the most relevant zone. In this case, that would be the M1. However, if you're above 40 acres, it keeps it the same. So that's a big issue in the contention about rezoning. There's no rezonings. Back to ministerial. Ministerial does not mean you don't look at the environment. Let me tell you the studies that we have done and submitted to the county. First, we did a traffic study. A data center, in comparison to all the other uses that are permitted in the industrial zone, is very low-level traffic. It has no retail traffic. It's just the workers. Okay. Second thing is we did a biological study. There's no endangered species on the site. We also did an air study, and that air study showed that the backup generators, which are only operated during emergency times, and then when they're done for testing, is very low. It complied with all the APCD requirements. Then we also were asked to do a health risk assessment over cancer risks. That also came back negative. Throughout this, we also did a soils report that showed you that the soil can handle this. We also did 2 water studies for trying to get reclaimed water from Imperial and then El Centro. Then we also did the grading plan that shows you this is the desert, not a lot of dirt is being moved, and it's compliant. Then we also did a site plan that showed you how all the components are put together. Then we did the lot merger plans. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. The point is, this process will go on for a long time. I will be happy to meet with residents over time. This will go on for a long time, during construction, post-construction. There'll always be issues. I think the things that are most relevant, because this is a ministerial process, is what are the things you want? The wall, per the county's code, is 6 feet. Do you want it 8? Do you want it 10? We could talk about that. The landscaping. We have palm trees that are separated by 10 feet. Do you want it 5? There's a lot of things that could be addressed in a more non-combative way that's going to be there. However, I fully respect the fact that the county, because I've been through a lot of processes in the past year and a half, is following what their rules are, because part of the idea is to change it. If you look at a lot merger, you do little check boxes. All those check boxes are met, so therefore it would be approved. But that doesn't mean that we can't listen to the residents, but it also doesn't mean that I give up the rights to have a ministerial process. That was intentional. Last thing, we didn't select that site because we wanted to be near the residences. If you look at your county's zoning code, which I did deeply, it doesn't have a lot of industrial uses. You have pockets in I think what's called Mesquite Lake and now some future ones, but there wasn't a lot. We looked for all the ones that would be near the high voltage lines. This area is zoned as it is, high voltage, railroad, and industrial for those uses. We actually started in the city of Imperial, which would have been much further from the residences, and after spending well over $1 million, a lot of studies, in 7-8 months' time, we moved to the county. And I found the county to be respectful of the rules as they apply. For the residences, there's plenty of time to get a hold of me and meet. I'll be happy to do it. We could have coffee. We could meet at different places. We could discuss things. We could walk the land, and we can make changes to it. The data center that's proposed right now will be one of the biggest in California by a big factor. This is the only place it could happen. This is the only place where you have that level of load. The idea that you're going to have a hyperscaler with a $10 billion investment for 1 or 2 of these, to me, that's something to be really proud of. And in time, I think you will. So I stand receptive to listen to comments. I will address them as they happen. But I believe, as your job, in my opinion, with the check boxes that we set for, all the check boxes have been met. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open this up to the public, and we have cards that are going to be read here, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Peter Rodriguez.
You don't need to state their name, right? 'Cause we got it.
Good morning, members of the Planning Commission, and also the audience that's present here. I have a statement I'd like to read. Planning Commissioners, please hear the communities that you come from and be the smart counsel of the Board of Supervisors. You are the leaders in the room here. Save the board from yet another doomed project that's punctuated for failure, for sure by some extreme, shady background and dangerous resume project proponent has. Think to yourself, why would IBEDC Team Kelly not properly vet this guy and keep the board out of harm's way? As Tim and the board are now unwillingly trained to danger, please, Planning Commissioners, be the leaders in this room again. Stop, or at least put the brakes on this strategic pause that is needed. And they have 2 more minutes. I think it's deplorable when we use prisons as an example, like Tom DeBoe said, that they're going to close. He doesn't sit on any boards with the state of California regarding that matter. For sure, Governor Newsom would not be happy with that statement. I am not happy with the attacks that have been made on our state senator, Steve Padilla. You guys are gifted and knowledgeable individuals with knowledge. You know, we've been down this road before with projects presented before you, high hopes of jobs and creations, and yet 0 home runs, 0 grand slams. It's like, why do we go down this road before? Why repeating the mistakes of the past? If there's anything we know about history, if you study history, a lot of world leaders don't because they make mistakes. They always go to wars. This committee is in a war that's not needed. It doesn't have to go down this road. You guys know the rules. I trust and respect each and every one of you that's up here. It takes courage to show up to a room full of people. I'm pretty sure you never had this kind of audience before, and I understand that. But you're talking about members in our community who have homes here, who have their kids going to school here, and others who cannot attend because of the timing of the meeting. Close your eyes and put yourself in their shoes for a few minutes. Would you be for it? Ask your heart. And in closing, I'd like to say this. This is a moment for you guys to do the right thing. Take pride in your work. Take pride in your community, because these are the people that we live in this community. Now for someone who is outside from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mitchelle Hollinger.
Good morning.
Good morning, Planning Commission. I'm Mitchelle Hollinger with Victoria Homes. This project greatly affects my business, my father's legacy, and the residents that live in Victoria Ranch's legacy as well. I'm going to read something here. This lot merger is illegal because the parcels are not under common ownership. State law requires single ownership before approval. You cannot approve first and fix ownership later. The Planning Commission does not have authority to approve this merger. Only the Board of Supervisors can vote Willam Cooper, if I say that right, road, the approval rezoning. The Commission cannot assume those actions will happen. A public road legally blocks this merger. Public roads cannot merge into private property without formal vote by the board. The proposed data center is not allowed under current zoning. Data centers, battery storage, and generators are not permitted uses in this land without rezoning the CUPs and have not been approved. This project is not CEQA exempt and requires full environmental review. A 950,000 square foot data center, AI data center, with generators and batteries is not a minor altercation. CEQA requires review of the entire project, including an EIR. Now, I've also done some research. I've been to several presentations with Tom DeBose, and it was stated that data centers were looked at in 2011 to put in that M1 zoning. Well, in 2011, data centers weren't, the AI data centers weren't around. They didn't even have a name for it. It was called facilities. So you really need to take a look at what AI data center is versus a data center. So there is a difference, and it needs to be taken a look at. I know that a review was done in 2023. Well, that's still 2 years prior, and the AI data centers were definitely different than they are today. So I implore you to take a look at this zoning and vote this merger or no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Javier Mendez.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Xavier Mendez. I'm a union member with Imperial County Labor Union Local 1184. The unemployment rate here in Imperial County is 21.5%. The unemployment rate in Riverside County is 6.3%. The only reason that I'm bringing this up is that for the past 2 years, I've been having to commute to Riverside County for work to be able to pay for my mortgage here. When companies come here to Imperial Valley and want to establish their business here in Imperial County, it's a good thing because they're offering good paying skilled labor jobs. And again, it's a good thing because they're investing in Imperial County and its citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope I pronounced the last name correct, but it's Christopher Sicarios. Christopher?
Right here. Sorry, that's pronounced Christopher Scurries, but
sorry.
It's okay. It's all right. Sloppy handwriting. Good morning, members of the Planning Commission. First and foremost, our pro-data center opponents have been telling us that this land has been zoned since 1974 for industrial use. I ask you, what was the intended industry in 1974 in this corner of the world? Because it wasn't a data center. The environmental impact and design of such a facility was far from the minds of the people, and specifically farmers who lived here. Is it the opinion of this commission that zoning from 50 years ago gives developers carte blanche to build whatever they want without due diligence? Fast forward to the late 90s, and something starts to fundamentally change the landscape of the area, suburbs. The surrounding area has changed a lot since the 70s, and the proximity of this facility will have a major impact on the community that now lives there, including me. Speaking of proximity, the report completely neglects to mention the homes east of the proposed merger, my home. Page 4 of the report specifically identifies the Border Patrol station, but it neglects to acknowledge the existing residential housing right behind it. Our homes that have sat there for over 20 years now. That omission matters. Under CEQA, especially when relying on a categorical exemption, the environmental setting must be described accurately. You have failed to do that. Selectively identifying non-residential uses while omitting nearby homes intentionally distorts the reality of this so-called merger. I ask you, does the county believe it is obligated to approve every project in an urban general plan area regardless of scale or impact? Does the county acknowledge that modern data centers produce environmental impacts far beyond the agricultural industry of the 20th century? If the zoning is 50 years old, why is the county using that as a justification for approving a 2025 era industrial mega project without an EIR? Is the county willing to publicly state that it has no authority to deny a harmful project on industrial zone land? This facility is set to be 75 acres. The developer has publicly stated that parcels over 40 acres may contain multiple zoning districts, but the exception does not convert a complex development into a ministerial act. It does not eliminate the county's obligation to evaluate consistency with the general plan, land use intensity, or environmental impacts. The scale of this supposed merger does not fit the spirit of Article 19, Section 15305 as a minor change. Taken together, these are not small errors. This commission is being asked to rely on a CEQA exemption supported by an incomplete project description, selective land use characterization, unresolved zoning conflicts, and conclusory findings without evidence. The only rational decision for you today is to stop this merger, and I thank you for giving me my time.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Francisco Leal.
Good morning.
Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. Thank you. I'm going to read some questions into the record. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to name what it feels like to the people who's going to have to live with it. For the record, when you say ministerial, do you mean automatic? Because if it's automatic, call it automatic. And if it's automatic, then tonight isn't a hearing, it's a formality. For the record, if the public speaks, can it change the outcome? Because if a hearing can't change the outcome, it's not a hearing, it's public performance. For the record, what exact standards are being used tonight? Code sections, criteria, findings, written specifics. Because if the standards can't be clearly stated, then we're not voting on rules. We're voting on trust. Now, let's talk plain English. Why is this merger happening now? Is it because it's harmless or because it's helpful to move a bigger project forward faster? Because this isn't paperwork, it's permission. And here's another plain English question that matters. Who carries the risk of if this goes wrong? Not the applicant, not the consultants, not the people who can pack up and leave. It's the families nearby. It's the schools, it's the first responders, it's the ratepayers. So if the risk lands on the public, why is the public being offered the smallest level of review? And if there's a question the community keeps asking, is this merger being treated like it has no connection to what it enables? Because if it enables the next approvals, then it's not just lines on a map, it's the first domino. And if you approve dominoes one at a time, merger now, grading next, utilities later, how is that not piecemealing the public out of a full picture? How is that not asking residents to react after the path is already cleared? Now, the city of Imperial sent you a letter yesterday. So for the record, are the city concerns being answered in this decision or postponed into thin air? And they are postponed, where exactly does the public get the real review? And what guarantees do we have it won't be waved away again? Here's my accountability question. What evidence in your record proves this should be treated as ministerial, despite foreseeable impacts and formal warnings? If the evidence is strong, point it out. If it's not strong, then this vote becomes a leap of faith, and the community is the one forced to live with the consequences. And I'll close with this. Commissioners, years from now, when people ask, how did this get enabled? Will the record show you demanded clarity and safeguards? Or will it show you accepted the word ministerial and moved it forward anyway? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hector Baez.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Hector Baez. I've been a lifelong resident here of Imperial County. I've also been forced to go up as far as Bakersfield looking for work so I can pay my bills here, where I do spend my money that goes into taxes, infrastructure. I strongly urge that we move this project forward, opening the door for future projects, planting the seed for growth. Technology and innovation should be welcomed in a new industry. The people behind me, my union brothers, we're all in support of this. We've all been in the same position. We all pay our taxes here. Pretty much, we'd like to come home, spend time with our families instead of being on the road all the time. So, on behalf of all of us, I'm in support, definitely 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristian Salgado.
Morning.
Good morning, Planning Commission. My name is Kristian Salgado. I'm a resident of Calexico. But before I get into the meat and potatoes of my comment, I would like to share that I have experience sitting on advisory boards like this. I sat on for 3 years at the Imperial County's Pollution Control District Hearing Committee. I understand the bureaucratic process, the staff recommendations, the need to do your due diligence. It's usually boring and not this exciting. You have to draw your own conclusions. It's tough. It's part of the checks and balances of democracy. And I do appreciate all the residents. You're not elected officials that take on this huge civic engagement. Even at a young age, I've done it with the hearing board for some time. And I also want to emphasize that today's meeting is not a conversation about wanting jobs. The hardworking individuals, the ones that uphold, Imperial County's industry, the tough jobs, the dirty jobs. I actually got a chance to speak to some of them earlier. And I'm actually glad that they're here today because I do think their concerns echo a bigger issue in our county around economic restoration and true economic justice. So I do appreciate all the individuals that are speaking up on that topic of jobs. But really what my meat and potatoes part in my comment is here today is It's straightforward. It's really wanting the county and the Planning Commission to uphold policy. The Subdivision Map Act, I can go on about that. I can go on about CEQA. I can go on about the state planning and zoning regulations. And I can go on about the county municipal codes about approving this merger. I think it's important that this commission upholds all of these components and does not approve this merger because it does set, I think, a very dangerous precedent moving forward on how we're allowing, today it's just one data center, but any other data center that wants to take up shop in Imperial County. So I also want to say with my last time, I'm in absolute awe of Imperial County residents. The CEQA knowledge now the county residents has, it's been quite phenomenal. And their ability to come up here and speak on the behalf of what their concerns are. And I also just want to end that this is a clear exploitation of loopholes on the behalf of the developer. This is a playbook being used across the United States. It's very detrimental and is requiring local reform because the state and federal government is not catching up. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you.
Ryan Dickerson.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Ryan Dickerson. I'm a landowner. I'm in support of the data center. As a landowner, we have property rights. I want to make sure that they're not overlooked. This property has been zoned heavy industrial for more than 40 years. We purchased this property, being it's zoned the way it is. The data center is going to bring in millions of dollars to our schools. The data center is going to bring in tens of millions to our community. The data center would be the best possible neighbor for this property could offer. In contrast, with these opposing this project, prefer a truck parking there. Hundreds of trucks driving, starting up their trucks day and night, exhaust fumes, lights. Very low tax dollars generated, heavy local traffic to the roads, and not a good neighbor. Again, this is probably the best possible outcome for this property. I would like something better for our community. In my opinion, we should be discussing how to spend the tens of millions of tax dollars that this is going to be brought in. We need to be discussing how we should be spending these tax dollars, not up here fighting that we shouldn't have this place here. This is a very large tax base coming into our community that we deserve, that we need, and that's what we should be discussing about how we're going to spend this money, how we're going to improve our lives, how we're going to improve our infrastructures, not that we don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blanca Cardenas.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone, but good morning for all the citizens. My respect for everyone. I feel so proud belongs to this community, and I know that your work is sit there, and I live in Imperial, very close to the construction. I respect the construction people because they're looking for work. Everyone in the world need work, and that point me, I'm here because my granddaughter told me, Mom, Nana, can you please go and speak out regarding this because against our youngest in the future? And I say, can you explain me a little me because I'm working in the medical area for 25 years, and I know every single people here. I'm sorry, I worked 12 hours last night, and I'm here working, speaking extra. And I'm sorry for sometimes I lost my words, but the point is, everyone one day will be sick and want the hospital bed, and doesn't matter the millions you make in your life. One day you will be in the hospital bed. My point here is there's a few people who will get money from this construction. I don't think so. It's okay. I live in Imperial, I pay double property tax and work for pay my property tax and work really hard for do. I don't want to sell my house because I will lose too much money in case this construction continued in the valley. The valley is beautiful, the people is beautiful, our community is beautiful. And when you decide work in this position, I don't know nobody of you guys, I just saw in the box mail picture when you want my vote, and I vote for these people, and I vote for you sit in the chair for my money, but it's the first time I'm here, and I appreciate your work, and I really pray, and you use your brain, use your heart, since the beginning when you propose, sit and protect our community for our benefits. And thank you so much for your time, and I will pray for everything good for everyone.
Thank you.
Willam Cooper.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Dunn. I haven't seen you in years. Great to see you on the mend. Whew. I am Willam Cooper. I'm the Executive Director at the Becoming Project in Calipatria, California. Today I'm here on behalf of the Power Coalition, that's people organizing for wellness and resilience. There has been a lot of things said about development in Imperial County. There was questions about jurisdictions and who get to decide what for the residents and who get to decide what for the developers. What we all should focus on in Imperial County is something called probative value. How much good is this going to do against how much harm it could do if not done properly? What the residents are most concerned about is the process in which that you're taking to decide this project. A lot of this information has been done in secrecy. I continuously hear that, oh, this has been known since the beginning of January, not to the residents. We just found out about this in the last 2 weeks. So you get this intense response when people feel like they're being lied to or left in the dark. The next thing is about precedent. The County Board of Supervisors has proven that they are willing to sell any piece of land that a resident is not squatting on. It doesn't leave the residents with any protection, so we look to our commissioners to offer us that protection when people are attempting to do developments. The truth about data centers is that it requires a lot of water and a lot of energy, and it produces a very little amount of jobs. I understand the unions and their need for jobs. I live in Imperial County, we always need jobs. But this is not a long-term solution to our long-term problems. You talk about school impact fees, that's a one-term thing. This data center will be there for 50 years. You talk about the jobs that will be available. Those jobs will be available for 2 years. Then you will have 20. What does that do for the 33,000 people that are out of work in Imperial County? Probative value. I heard that this is the best possible use for that area. I challenge that. It's a million different things that we are doing in Imperial County that can have a larger and greater effect on this community. In IBC, everybody is taking graphic design. There's no production studios, but that's the fastest growing place inside Imperial County, so why aren't you building that? I heard checking boxes. This is checking boxes. This is our county doing what they always do. They sell out all of our long-term interests for short-term gain for a very small amount of people. I'm asking you to not approve this development today because that's not what you stand for. It's not what you're elected for, and it's not what we need you for. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
April Ochoa.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Hi. My name is April Ochoa. I am part of Comité Cívico del Valle. I'm also an island resident. and I'm here to raise concerns about the proposed data centers being proposed near the city of Imperial. First, CEQA must be fully and properly followed. The community has not received clear, complete, or accessible information regarding environmental impacts, mitigation measures, or alternatives. A rushed or incomplete review puts our residents and environment at risk. Second, water use remains a major unresolved issue. Data centers are highly water intensive, yet the documents fail to clearly explain how much water will be used, where it will come from, or how impacts to agriculture and vulnerable communities will be addressed. Approving projects without this clarity is irresponsible. Third, impacts on nearby residents and community protections have not been adequately addressed. There are no enforceable safeguards, health protections, or community benefits. I urge the Planning Commissioner to pause approval until a full CEQA complaint review is completed, require transparent water use limits, meaningful engage the community, and ensure enforceable benefits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diana Salcedo.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I normally don't do this, but I am Diana Salcedo. I reside at Posada del Sol. I've been there approximately 3 years. I had no idea that AI Center would be proposed to be built across the way. I knew it was an industrial, but I was thinking maybe a warehouse or what have you. Never an AI data center. The county not too long ago had us restricted in water, had us restricted in electricity. All of a sudden, AI center comes in and we have enough water, we have enough electricity. What happened? My plants died because I couldn't give them water. And yet now we have an abundance? Oh, I don't think so. This data center hogs enough electricity and water to supply electricity to an entire city. How on God's earth is this okay? It's not. Furthermore, because this facility would hog so much water and electricity, our electricity bills and water bills are going to go up, and you can't tell me it's not, because supply and demand makes a difference. The affected homes, Victoria Ranch, Posada del Sol, courtyard condominiums that are still being constructed. Victoria Ranch is still constructing. An elementary school is being constructed still. You have Cross Elementary. You guys have to remember, these are our homes. Yeah. You are taking this away from us. Please.
Please keep it down or we're going to take a break. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'll try to come down. The largest facility, AI data center in Virginia. The residents there constantly, 24/7 hear humming, loud noises. This is every day. That's not including the generators when they have to be kicked in. These generators are huge. And you imagine the humming on top of the generators? Come on. You know, I'm telling you this because these people, this is what they're suffering through right now in Virginia. The residents there are experiencing loud humming, which restricts their sleep, walls vibrating, their windows rattling.
Time.
Okay, just let me close with this. Remember when you first bought your first home, how it felt to hold that key. I leave you with that. And God, I ask you all to please reach in your hearts and remember that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Idell Burden.
I've been here before. I was here specifically, not really. Okay, my first question is about
Good morning.
Sika. Good morning, Rudy. How you doing? We're neighbors, so I'm familiar. The thing that really jumped out at me is the Sika exemption. Now, how you can say that that land use is not going to be any different than what it was before, I just don't get. I mean, it's been fallow for years, right? It's been what it is. It's not been a problem. It's not been an issue. Whatever you zoned it for before, this is what it's been. It's not ever been anything different. The environmental concerns are extensive. The record of electrical increase is 13% across the country. There are approximately 5,400 AI data centers in this country. It's not like there's a shortage. The environmental concerns that we have are getting worse by the second. Okay, I drove to work. I drove in here today. You drove in here today. When you look at the air that you're breathing, 9 days out of 10, I mean, look at the air you're breathing. You can't see the hill. You can't see Mount Signal. I drove up to the fountain a couple of days ago. Horrific. Horrific. My mother has a place at the Fountain of Youth that she stays. It is abysmal, the air quality that we're dealing with. I've got a son that's got asthma, got migraines as a result of it, been lifelong, basically. Everybody knows what we've been dealing with in our environmental concerns. You cannot tell me that this isn't an absolute thing. I feel for the union guys. My husband's an electrician. The reason you don't have work in this valley is because they don't want to pay your wages. Period. Get serious about it. My husband was trained by the union. IBEW is a good thing. Unions are a good thing. But the people who don't want to cooperate with the unions and the benefits you need and need to have employment in this valley are not helping you. They are not helping you. You've got okay, I Googled it, right? The platform, the mainframe behind this whole organization is Google. They're the ones supporting this. About an overview of what the AI data centers do to the communities that they have been built in. Well, it ain't good. I guarantee you the problems that they have are standard environmental, the power, the water, the pollution, the absolute degradation of the area that's around them. You've got the one in Memphis. They chose the poorest community, the black community, and set it up. Now, what are they going to do? It's already done. There's not anything that's working in the favor of these communities after it's built. You're talking employment? Yeah, maybe 2 years of good employment, and they're going to import most of it down here. Locals are locals, unions are unions. They bring them in from wherever they need. It's what it is. Okay, so you've got this problem. And how many jobs are we going to have afterwards? I heard, and like I said, I Googled it. AI overview of this product after it's occurred. The jobs that will be permanent are maybe a dozen, several dozen is the way they turn it. Several dozen. I'm down, I know, and I'm so upset with this because it's been pushed through like many things have. The quantitative water agreements, yeah, remember that? We lost our water.
Time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shelby Trimm.
Good morning, Chair and Planning Commission. My name is Shelby Trimm, and I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition of Labor, Ag, and Business of Imperial County. We're a nonprofit organization that represents about 200 local businesses here in the county. I'm here today to express CoLab's strong support for the proposed lot merger. We view this merger as a responsible and necessary planning step that helps consolidate parcels into a unified site, providing clarity and consistency for responsible future development. This action supports economic growth, job creation, and infrastructure investment in Imperial County that we so desperately need. It also reflects sound land use planning by allowing property to be developed efficiently and in alignment with existing regulations. CoLab also strongly supports private landowner rights and the ability of landowners to improve and develop their property in a responsible manner. Lot mergers like this respect those rights while also ensuring orderly planning and long-term community benefit. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Reyna Adame.
Good morning, department members. My name is Reyna Adame. I live right across Aiden Road where the data center is proposed to be built. My main thought for you guys, especially since it was you guys, from my understanding, that approved this, is that this plan to build a data center right next to our homes and in the middle of Imperial is one of the most short-sighted endeavors you guys could engage in. You guys call this economic development, but the IID's own data shows the dangers. The district's total summer peaking capacity is about 1,177 megawatts, yet this data center that you guys are entertaining will request alone 1,000 megawatts. So you are willing to risk grid strain and potential higher electric rates for us residents just to please an outside corporation. I can speak for myself on a personal level that this data center, if it's built, I hope it's not, is that every time I pass by it, I'll be reminded of the selfishness and the complicity of my local government and their willingness to sell out our community. It will be a giant concrete symbol of your weakness, of your carelessness about the public's health, and your willingness to allow the blessings of the Imperial Valley to be exploited by the highest bidder. This valley has many blessings, the land and the water, right? So the reason why this data center is being built here is the exact same reason why the Abadi family and 20 other farming entities consume half of the IID's water allotment, right? The Abadis use enough water for all of Las Vegas, that city, right? So, and they grow crops. If you look at the agricultural reports, the main crops you grow are hay and alfalfa, right? Water-intensive crops. We already have a water-guzzling economy here, and then on top of that, we from the QSA, the QSA, we determined wastewater. We called it conserved water, and we start selling that to San Diego for $730 per acre foot for water, and the rate here for the farmers is artificially kept low at $20. And this data center is just going to be a new example, a new form of this rentier economy that we have here, which a rentier economy means an economy based on extracting value from public resources, water and land, or the water specifically is it's holding a public trust, right? And you're going to allow private individuals to accumulate wealth from this public resource that should be benefiting the community, right? This economic setup that we have in the valley is somewhat hidden. Not everyone knows about the full extent of the agricultural economy here that I believe, and many of us believe, that it keeps the valley artificially poor while select few stay rich. But I fear for y'all's sake that the data center will be the catalyst for people to start doing their research and learning about the political economy of the valley and why so many people in this county and the whole valley, right, feel that they're being screwed over, right? You guys are screwing us all over right now by attempting to build this data center the way you're trying to do so, right, behind our backs. But there's no more hiding now, right? The people of the valley have a right to know about the data center, its risk, its benefits, if there is any, right? And with that knowledge, they have the right to say no to the data center. The people of the valley deserve way more than this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Timothy Kelly.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Timothy Kelly, Imperial Valley Economic Development Corporation. I would first of all just like to make a comment. I'd like to thank Mr. Sebastian Rucci. This is the first time I've ever seen him in public, first time I've ever met him. First time I ever talked to him was yesterday on the phone. I've been working on this project for over a year, and he didn't even know about it. I started off by working with the County of Imperial to develop an economic development strategic plan in which data centers were identified, finding the right locations that were suitable for data centers because of the zoning, because of the infrastructure that was in place, the transmission, the natural gas. We went out and we marketed those properties across the nation and across the globe. People are looking at the Imperial County. The industry clusters that were identified were agribusiness, manufacturing, warehousing, and logistics. There is actually a plan. The county adopted that plan. My job is to go out and actually market that plan. This is a plan that was put in place with the public sector and the private sector together that said this is what we want. Go out and bring it here. Go out and bring it here. And then we bring it here and this is what we hear? People that were participating were our union members.
All right, keep it down out there, or we're going to go to break, and this can take all day. Please give him the respect. 5-minute break, is that what you want? Yeah. Okay, 5-minute break. Sorry.
So the trucking parking facility.
Please, everyone get seated. Thank you. Does the gentleman who was speaking here would like to finish his time out? Did we lose him? Oh. He's outside.
Thank you for giving me time to being here today. And I had started with my presentation, and I think it's just fair to say that what we're here today is approve a lot line adjustment. I've worked with the County Planning Department for over 25 years, starting with Jurg Huberger and Jim Minnick. I have learned the process and the procedures. One of the things that makes the Imperial County very unique is the way that we can get projects through correctly, not making mistakes. And over time, I think we really have perfected that. I've never seen the County Planning Department or any department in the county tried to sidestep what the rules are and the regulations. One thing they do is they assist in making sure that companies know what the rules are and they follow those rules to get these projects to the finish line and get them over the finish line. I think that's where we are today. So with that being said, I think there's still a lot of misinformation out there that I think that others can address. With the amount of time I have, I think what we need to do is just follow the rules. And you know what your job is. You can tell by the proponent that he has really done his due diligence, and we look forward to moving forward, and I support our union wages.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, another one?
Jose Rodillo, o Radillo.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jose Radillo. I am a union member, Laborers International Union of North America. And on behalf of my brothers and sisters, we are here to support this project 100%. This project will create jobs for our union brothers and sisters here that reside here, and it will pay fair wages with great benefits. This project will keep our members working closely to home, avoiding long commutes, and we fully support this project. Please support this project. This project will give us our apprentices working hours that they need to become journeymen. With that, I respectfully ask you to support this item to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Frank Burquez.
Morning. Morning, Commission. I had a speech on my phone that I was going to say, but I'm just going to speak from the heart. I've been a union member since '88. Most of my time in the union, and I'm a local here. I was born and raised here in Imperial Valley. My father also was another union member also. He's also from here, born and raised here also. most of our life, we've had to work out of town. I've been here, probably working down here in the Imperial Valley, maybe 2-3 years out of the 30-some years that I've worked in construction. This job, this plant will bring a lot of jobs down here, especially now that that Speckle has closed down. The truckers, the sugar beet, all that. We do have a lot of unemployed employees. The kids, right? We need to think of the future of your kids and not be so selfish. Not be so selfish. You know, your kids, our kids, they need their parents here. You know what I mean? Us working out of town, being weekend fathers, that's hard. That's hard on us. It's hard on our kids. It's hard on our family. At the start, I was a Little League coach. I had to stop because I had to go to LA because there's no work down here. There is no construction work down here in the valley. The little bit that there is, obviously, right, people gorge it out, right? Again, we need work down here in the valley, and we need it for all of us, not just, you know, for the union members. We need it for our kids, our future kids, you know. They can have a better life. You know, there's a lot of homeless here in Calexico, El Centro, Imperial, Brawley. You know, and parents, you know, fathers not being there, being able to raise their kids, right? You know, that's what I'm for. You know, and this project here will bring a lot of work like that. I understand that you guys say that, you know, once the project is done and developed, there won't be no work down here. I mean, very little for us. That's a lie. There could be more projects coming down here. Bring more people down here to get more work down for us so we can continue working, you know, in the union, right? And benefit everybody. That's all I really got to say. And let's really think about the decisions we're making and the pros and cons, and let's weigh it all out, not be selfish because your backyard is going to have these towers and it's going to be ugly looking. Come on, guys. You know, let's not do that. Let's do it for our kids, for the future of our kids. Yeah, we'll probably have to put up a little bit of whatever, right? But then in the end, you'll see, you know, we'll prosper, guys. We have been and we'll continue to. We're strong Imperial Valley people. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Schwartz. Andy Schwartz.
Okay, go to the next one.
Next one. Kelly Jordan.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Kelly Jordan. I'm a resident and a mother of Imperial, and I respectfully request clarification on why a CEQA exemption has been granted for this lot merger. From a public safety perspective, it's important to clarify that data centers are not ordinary industrial buildings, and it's not just real estate with servers. Data centers concentrate multiple high energy hazards in one place, housing large electrical systems, high voltage equipment, battery energy storage systems, significant on-site fuel storage, and cooling systems that must operate continuously. These facilities generate substantial heat, operate 24 hours a day, and are typically staffed at very low levels. These hazards interact, meaning failure in one system increases the likelihood of failure in others. Locating this high hazard facility near residential neighborhoods, schools, public roadways amplifies the consequence. Emergency response to data center incident is not the same as a typical structure fire. These buildings have complex layouts, highly secure perimeters, and equipment that reacts poorly to traditional firefighting methods. Potential emergency scenarios can include electrical fires, battery thermal runaway, generator fuel fires, cooling system failures during extreme heat, or power outages occurring at the same time. Some of these incidents can be long-lasting and require specialized response, extended staffing, and regional coordination, conditions that become more serious when they occur in close proximity to residential neighborhoods and schools. Because this site is located near homes and schools, the consequences of an emergency are amplified. Smoke exposure, evacuation complexity, traffic interference, potential school shelter-in-place or lockdown scenarios must be considered as part of responsible planning. Even a low probability event becomes unacceptable when population exposure is high. Because of the CEQA exemption, there's no requirement to evaluate this. There's no requirement to evaluate cumulative strain on the emergency services. And when hazards like a data center move forward without a CEQA review, risk is not eliminated. It's shifted to us, and the only one who benefits is the developer.
Thank you.
Robert Powell.
Good morning, members of the commission. Rudy, it's been a long time. Nice to see you again. My name is Robert Powell. I live at 277 West La Paz Drive in a neighborhood right across the street from this planned development. I'd like to chat with you just for a minute about the potential impacts of this and also just remind you of some of the provisions of CEQA. My main concern about this project is not the project itself, it's where it's to be sited. And I think you'd probably find that to be true for most of the people that are opposing it. So the power requirement for this project is equivalent to that of the need for over 300,000 households. And these data centers can't do without electricity, so they're going to have a generator farm there. And they're going to tell you, well, the generators are off most of the time. But these generators, by permit, need to be tested periodically. So they're going to crank them up, and they're going to have a lot of fossil fuel emissions right on top of our neighborhoods and 2 schools. Now, the proponent's going to tell you that these generators are to be fired by natural gas, which will mitigate that. That will not mitigate a significant amount of fossil fuel emissions into our neighborhood. The other thing is the planning department's responsibilities are to be neutral on projects like that, and that's well understood. But to exempt a project like this with these potential impacts in this area from CEQA, I mean, really, that's just irresponsible. I used to be a CEQA practitioner. I wrote many CEQA documents for IID in a previous life, so I know a little bit about it. The planning department does have the discretion to require an EIR. And this, the EIR process is intended to disclose government decision-making to the public, examine alternatives, look at the impacts from those alternatives, disclose how those impacts are going to be mitigated, and also take into account public comments and address those comments. So there is an orderly process to do that. Now, Mr. Rucci talked about settling this in a non-combative way, and he's right. He's 100% right, and that's called CEQA, and that's called doing an EIR. Really, to exempt this from CEQA, using a ministerial exemption for a project like this, come on, shame on you, really. Mr. Dickerson brought up the potential for a more detrimental project to be sited on the property. I suppose that's true, but we would require CEQA analysis for that too, if we're being responsible. Anyway, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your consideration. I have all confidence that you guys are going to do what's right for the citizens of this county. Thank you.
Rene Felix Jr.
Good morning. My name is Rene Felix Gutierrez Jr., and I'm here today as a representative of the Imperial County Building Trades and resident of the Imperial County. I urge you to vote no on this item until there is a full local hire building trades agreement that guarantees local hiring, apprenticeship access, and high road labor standards. I respectfully urge you to vote no on this item. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Hector Meza. Hector Meza.
Good morning.
Morning. My name is Hector Meza. I'm from the city of Raleigh. I'm an apprentice graduate, journeyman electrician, business agent for IBW 569, and a building trades delegate. So I'm here to speak against the project, but at first I want to say a few of you guys, brothers, in the apprenticeship, the first thing we learn is that we work ourselves out of a job and move to the next one. So I take it personally when comments like the ones from the Becoming Project talks down on construction workers. But the Imperial Valley and Construction Trades Council has no project labor agreement for the data center, meaning that the protections in place to have to build the project by local hands are not there to protect part of the community that work here locally, spend their money locally. No offense to La Yuna, but they don't represent the building trades as a whole. But just like most geothermal projects in the past, it will be built with people from outside the county if we don't have protections of a PLA or the local skilled and trained workforce are going to lose out on the are going to lose out, and locals wanting to join the trades are going to lose out. The IBW Local 569 just started an intake for 20 new apprentices, bringing the current total in the Imperial Valley to 86 apprentices. On top of that, all the journeyman state certified level electricians that we have. The building trades recently started MC3 pre-apprenticeship program in Imperial Valley College. It was well received. 18 new members of the community completed the program. They learned about the different trades and got a taste to see which career or trade they would like to pursue. The passion and necessity is here in the Valley to work, learn a trade, provide for a good living for their family. A lot of I got into the trade because I had that passion and the necessity to provide for my family. A full building trades PLA opens the opportunity for locals to find that passion and learn of the career through the different apprenticeships and the 19 different trade unions ranging from iron workers, operators, cement masons, sheet metal, insulators, bricklayers, plasters, pipe fitters, electricians, and so on. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, 569, opposes the data center.
Thank you.
Keliliah Federman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Keliliah Federman on behalf of Citizens for Responsible Industry. Ours is a coalition of individuals and labor organizations with members who live and work in Imperial County and may be adversely affected by the potential public health and safety hazards of the project. The lot merger proposed today is part of a larger project proposed by the applicant to construct a nearly 1 million square foot data center, battery energy storage generators, and wastewater treatment plant. The county is engaging in separate piecemealed approvals of the project's individual entitlements in violation of CEQA and without considering the major environmental and public health impacts that construction and operation of the data center project will have on the county and its residents. The lot merger is not categorically exempt under a Class 5 CEQA exemption because the lot merger would result in a change in land use from agricultural zoning to industrial zoning, from agricultural use to data center use, and from the abandonment of Lime Gruber Road. The project is not subject to an exemption as advanced manufacturing because the project site is not zoned exclusively for industrial use, and the record does not demonstrate that the project is a qualifying use. The project is not subject to any of these exemptions because the project is on the State Water Resources Control Board's Cortese list of hazardous waste sites. Grading in any development is not allowed without prior state approval, which we do not have here. Citizens provided the Commission comments supported by expert consultant reports that demonstrate that the project will result in significant environmental impacts, like hazardous air pollution and battery explosions and fires, which must be analyzed in an EIR as required by CEQA. The county cannot approve the project until it complies with CEQA and all applicable land use laws to ensure that the project proceeds safely and mitigates its significant environmental and public health impacts. Citizens respectfully request that the Planning Commission postpone this hearing and remand the project to staff to prepare an EIR which discloses and mitigates the project's significant environmental and public health impacts and addresses the project's non-conformance with the zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie Sanders.
Morning.
Good morning. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Good morning. My name is Stephanie Sanders. I'm a lifelong resident of Imperial County, and I am one of the property owners for the proposed project. I am here in support of the lot merger. I ask that you evaluate this project based on the facts, the zoning, and what is legally allowed on this site. We have been in possession of this property for over 20 years. It has been zoned for industrial use the entire time. If residential development was later approved adjacent to our property, that decision was made through a separate process, and it did not remove our lawful rights as industrial property owners. We did not create the zoning, and we did not choose where future residential growth would occur. But we have always had the right to sell, lease, or develop our land consistent with the zoning that exists. It is not reasonable or lawful to expect an industrial property owner to forfeit permitted developmental rights simply because residential was later built nearby. It is not a fair standard to apply. Please judge this project on its actual operational impacts, its compliance with the code, and the conditions you can impose to ensure it remains compatible with its surroundings. Please do not use the existence of nearby housing approved after the fact as a reason to deny a project that is fully consistent with long-established industrial zoning. In closing, I am in support of this project and I support the lot merger. This project is good for the Imperial Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alvis Herrington.
Morning.
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me right?
Yeah.
All right, so my name is Alvis Herrington. I live on Alejandro Street, basically in the Victoria Roams. I'm here because my family, other people's families matter about what we're doing. I've been in the trades of this. I know that they keep saying that we're going to have more jobs, which is a lie. Eventually, there'll be about 15 jobs at the end. If you're going to be doing that and you're willing to destroy a whole community and county just for these type of little temporary things, it's devastating. Because I got to look in my daughter's eyes and tell her, Dad, what's going on with our neighborhood? Why are we either having these weird noises, all this pollution going on, and everything going on here, and I didn't stand up for it? Technically, like we've said, we've heard over and over again, you guys are here into this spot. I got to look at my kids every day and know that. These parents got to look at their kids and every day and do that. Every place this has gone to has destroyed communities. I've not seen nobody say, yeah, we got one of these in our city, come here and work, come here and do this, come here and do that. Nowhere. It's just devastation, devastation, devastation. It's a cancer. I get it. People want to do their properties and do this and construction, yeah, for 2 years, and then what? The rest of the society dies off for 15 jobs and temporary money? We're not going to get that. We have a lot better things going on to this valley. We are agricultural company powerhouse. I just can't see it as coming along as the trades. As they say, oh, it's going to be built up. 2 years. 2 years for a lifetime of negativity, downfall, pollution, and disgrace. I mean, especially a school. School's being built right next to me. And another one. And as educators, we come across this. How do you think this is going to affect the kids that are in school, knowing that the sound could pass? I don't care how big a wall you build. It's going to carry sound no matter what. That simple as that. I've worked in that type of industry. It carries no matter what. It's the same thing. So these kids who are in school, they're 24/7 are going to be hearing this sound coming from them. Also across school. This also is going to go into McKinley and Kennedy School. You really think more people are going to want to develop around this place? You have development next to Target that's supposed to be houses coming across. They're not going to want to live next to this thing. You're just going to destroy people's lives for a temporary little bit of money. And that's it. That's what, exactly. We're going to lose water, and we do that. Now, if this is the case, you say, check boxes, out by the Ormats, there is no land that could be properly used as agriculture or anything. They could build it there, infrastructure for light or electricals there, and they could use the new river for water if they really want that. There you go. You have all that type of infrastructure that you could check out in the middle of nowhere and leave us residents alone and let us thrive. Simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. Fabiola Moreno.
Go to Salton Sea.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you everyone for being here. My name is Fabiola Moreno, and I'm the Renewable Energy and Manufacturing Organizer for IBW Local 569, and I live in El Centro. I urge you to please vote no on this item. If this project moves forward, we must ensure that local skilled tradespeople are the ones building it. At this moment, there is no such guarantee because there is no full local hire building trades agreement in place. Local hire and building trades agreements are critical because they create real opportunities for local community members to enter state-approved electrical apprenticeship programs. These programs ensure safety, quality work, and long-term career pathways. Many of our members have already worked on renewable energy projects here in Imperial Valley. These jobs are needed, desired, and supported by the community. The skills required for renewable energy work are the same skills IBEW electricians have been trained in for decades here in the Valley. Until there is a full local hire building trades agreement that guarantees local hiring, apprenticeship access, and quality jobs, and ensure that other people from other states and cities do not come in and take the jobs, I respectfully urge you to vote no on this item.
Thank you.
Hector Casas. Hector Casas.
Thank you, Board, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Mi nombre es Hector Casas. I'm Hector Casas. I lived in the Valley quite some time. My wife is from El Centro. I am a partner with Sebastian. I've known Sebastian since we were in law school 35 years ago. I'm listening to everybody speak about the project, how they're against it. When we were looking for a place, number one, I went with it because I lived in the Valley and I see a lot of projects fail because of this. People against it because they are not well informed about what's going on. I actually found that location because it's manufacturing one industrial. We couldn't do it anywhere else. And we want to bring work and improve the economy here in the Valley. We want jobs. I want to talk about the jobs. The number one jobs, and people talk about the water. The water's going to be reclaimed water. It's not going to be potable water. We're going to pay for the infrastructure to improve the El Centro facility, bring a pipeline of water directly to the site. That's job one. There's natural gas already there. There's going to be jobs in retrofitting that pipeline. Energy. Energy is abundant here. You guys were talking. You guys were talking about renewable jobs. I follow the grid. In November 2025, there was 3,091.3 megawatts generated in the valley. The average and high peak, it's 1,100. Yes, it's exported. This is going to stay here. So getting back to the jobs, I was talking to a friend of mine who also works here in the valley for ORMAT, and he's training people to learn about HVAC, electromechanical. And he said that a lot of these kids are disappointed because the Lithium Valley is no longer a dream, right? So these kids, your kids,
keep down.
We are concerned about the future of the valley and jobs. And your kids don't have anything else other than the government jobs, working in the prisons and working at the border, because when I had a business here, most of the guys that would leave to work for the Border Patrol, for Customs, or got a job doing something else in the government. So what I'm saying is this is going to create a new industry for the valley that is going to allow to train people. We're going to reach out to the IVC and the San Diego State University deans to bring in a curriculum to train the
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Please respect the people who are trying to speak up here. Who's the next one?
Ralph Velador.
Good morning. My name is Ralph Velador. I'm here on behalf of these laborers, these folks here today, because they're not working. And we would have a room full of members, but just like my other partner have talked about, had to go other places in Los Angeles and San Diego to go to work. And we partnered with this developer because their ideals mirror ours. Good wages, pensions, be able to help these people retire with a dignified pension. That stuff's important, and that's things we don't have here in the Valley. This gentleman that spoke, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. If you don't work for the post office, you're not a fireman, you're not a sheriff, or work for the Border Patrol, another government job, you're in despair. So many people have to leave the Valley, leave the place they love because they have to seek employment. My wife's family just lived down the road from here. And just like so many people in this room, then I bet if they look in their heart, they'll tell you, their parents or their grandparents were agricultural workers. They would box up their house, close their doors, put sheets on their furniture, and go up to Orosi, Cutler, Fresno, Salinas, and go to work for half the year. They come back. Their kids got a meager education and had to follow in their footsteps because they weren't able to get a better one because their parents weren't able to work here in the Valley. Every time we get an opportunity, it gets stepped on or gets trampled on because people don't want to build here. Why? Because people don't want to accept it here. Let's break the insanity. Let's build here so we can live here, so we can have dignified jobs here. They're saying there's no jobs in this data center or produce about 100 permanent jobs. I don't know if anybody in this room has been out of a job, and I don't know if people are going to go to work after this or they're just here to vote to be against this. But a good job or any job is a good job if you don't have it. You could go down the road and see the potholes that are in the road, and the reason why they can't be filled because there's not enough money coming into the county to fill those potholes, right?
Do you guys have a PLA?
There's not. But just because we're union workers, and there's some unions against it, and just because there's not a PLA, do we not build this? Do we not put people to work? 100 jobs that will be produced will be good paying jobs after the construction's done.
Keep it down.
This is
Please
an
let him
excellent
speak.
chance to build. The infrastructure coming in will help put other companies will want to come in to build because the infrastructure will be in place. The roads will be in place. Let's build it so we can bring more companies here so we can raise our community and make sure that we're able to raise wages and our future will be brighter. Thank you very much. Thank you.
How many more we got? Jingle?
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
Hey, respect the people that are talking up here. They're respecting you when you're talking. I don't care what side you're on.
That's right. Sean Wilco.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sean Wilcock with Imperial Valley Economic Development Corporation. I'd like to start with a few questions for everyone. Do we have severely dilapidated roads? Absolutely. Do we have condemned bridges throughout the county? Absolutely. Do we have infrastructure in place to fully support industrial areas, industrial parks, or even unlock the opportunities that are coming with Lithium Valley? We do not have that infrastructure. We do not have the infrastructure that we need to grow this economy. Our Public Works Department has done a great job with the resources that they've been given, but the reality is simple. Our current tax base cannot support the infrastructure that we have within this county. And here's what concerns me most. Too many of our young people don't see a future. They're looking for high-tech, well-paying jobs, and it's not here. So they leave. They go elsewhere to look for jobs. If we want to change, we have to support responsible investments, and this is a responsible investment, that expands our tax base, investments that help fund our schools, public safety, and essential community services. I also want to acknowledge the nearby residents who have concerns. I respect those concerns, but they are grossly exaggerated by the misinformation. But we also need to be honest about land planning. We need to be honest about land planning. When housing is built right next to industrially zoned land without meaningful setbacks or buffers, conflicts are guaranteed to happen. And those conflicts are what we're facing today. This is a direct result of those mistakes. But that is not a reason to stop the industrial project in the correctly designated location. It's a reason to do things better moving forward, not make those mistakes again. A $10 billion investment is a game changer, and it's how we change the story of Imperial Valley. It can generate substantial property tax revenue year after year that can help repair our roads, fix our bridges, improve our water and wastewater systems, support public services that we all deserve, and strengthen our schools. This project will also create over 100 direct full-time jobs, 1,500 construction jobs that will put LIUNA back to work. We must look at the greater good of Imperial Valley and approve this lot merger today so that this project can move forward. Thank you.
Look, we're going to start asking people to leave, or the security will, if you keep doing this. Please let us get through these people who have signed up and have the opportunity, so they can have an opportunity to speak.
James Dyson.
Hi there. My name is James Tyson. I'm a third generation Imperial Valley. I live here. My grandfather was a pioneer. We all heard of, sorry about this. We all heard of, or these gentlemen here are talking about working out of town. My dad, he worked out of town all the time in Salinas. He was boots on the ground farmer, right? I work out of town all the time too. I just got back from Kentucky. I've been to every state in this country, and that's what I have to do. I have to leave to get to work. Approval of combining these lots while this project is now under investigation and being sued by the City of Imperial poses not only environmental and health risk, but also financial and legal exposure to the public. The City of Imperial has filed a suit against the County Board of Supervisors, asserting that required procedures and environmental review standards were not properly followed approving this project. That is not routine. Okay, this process is not routine. It's a warning sign. Okay, it's definitely a warning. Under CEQA, projects of this scale must fully analyze impacts to air quality, water use, energy demand, and public health. Ignoring CEQA doesn't speed up progress. Okay, it shifts risk onto residents and taxpayers, all of us, until a lawful comprehensive environmental review is completed. Advancing this project in any AI data center is reckless, unlawful, and unfair to the people of the Imperial Valley. Proceeding prematurely risks invalid approvals, legal liability, and erosion of public trust like we have now. It's real obvious. The responsible course is to resolve these legal issues fully before committing public resources, ratepayer dollars, and long-term infrastructure to a project that is now under dispute. It is prudent and responsible to pause further action until the legal process is resolved. Okay, so on a side note, they're talking about the generators, and they're talking about the water and stuff. They say, oh, we're gonna, the developer, he says, oh, we're gonna invest in the renewable energy, here in the Imperial Valley. But on their website, they have an order form for 132 generators. I don't know if they're 32 megawatt or 32 kilowatt or 3.5 megawatt. I don't know. Okay, but one of those generators, just one of those generators, 132, one of those is the size of a locomotive, and it'll fill this room. Okay, and it will spew if it's ran on full load, 8,000 plus hours a day. Just one of these. It has the capacity of putting over 26,000 tons.
Time.
Thank you. In the air.
Tom Tapuzas.
Good morning.
Good morning. Some things never change. What I've found, let me introduce myself. I'm Thomas Tapuzas. I'm a businessman, banker, and an educator. Lived in El Centro since 1991. Raised our kids here. Very, very fond of the valley, its people. A little disappointed with some of the reactions that we hear. It's good to voice your opinion in a reasonable fashion, but courtesy is a real important thing too. I think this project is good. I've looked at a lot of projects. There's certainly ways to improve it. What I've seen with the Planning Commission and with the Department of Planning with Imperial County is that they always follow the rules. They always take the time to do it right. And I think that should be respected too. Unless you have worked it or seen it or been involved with it, and most of the public hasn't, you don't know that. But these folks are professionals who do a great job. The AI is the future. I talked to a gentleman. His company started a semiconductor business in Taiwan. And I asked him, well, what are the requirements that you have for locating plants in the U.S.? Because there's a big push to invest in the U.S. And he said, well, you need education. I said, well, okay. You need to have water. Well, okay. You need to have a good workforce. Okay. I said, what else do you need? And they said, that's just about it, and a willingness to do it. And I think that's one of the things that's hindering us a little bit here, is there seems to be a little bit of a lack of willingness or discussion or explanation as to what's going on here. I see the project as being a good project. I see it as being a beacon for the future, to bring more businesses here, to create more jobs, and good paying jobs. And so what we've also seen is a lot of people leave the valley when they're young, when they're old, and a lot of them don't want to do that. They want to stay here, the family's here. This is just a wonderful place to live. So let's do the right thing and move forward with the project and make it happen with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Avery Moler.
Be considerate with the timer as well, because I've been seeing that the people who you like or you put the timer right there and then, and people who are against it.
Morning. Planning Commission, good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Avery Moler. I'm a resident of Imperial, lifelong resident of Imperial Valley, third generation. I'm here to speak in favor of this project. I'm in the construction industry, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here because I'm a resident of Imperial Valley. The truth is, our company won't even be involved in this project likely because of just the sheer scale and size of it. I'm here because I truly believe we as a community should embrace projects such as this. I've looked at arguments both ways, and what I've seen is the positives strongly outweigh the negatives. This is the kind of project our valley needs right now. With the closing of the sugar plant, possibly a prison, and the uncertainty of water on the river, this is something that the Imperial Valley can really prosper from in a time when we so desperately need it. My ask is that you don't follow or allow yourselves to be swayed by the TikTok attention span of the minority who have been convinced by some anti-development propaganda groups pushing misinformation. Do what's right for the Imperial County as a whole. I respect your time and thank you all for this opportunity.
Thank you.
John Hernandez.
Buenos días a todos. John Hernández, 514J Broles. ¿Te imaginas? La gente que vive en la ciudad, que agarra agua del canal todavía en esa zona, no le entiende a esto. ¿Te imaginas cuánta gente está impactada de algo que no le entienden? I'm just lucky that I grew up here and have seen good projects, bad projects, and seen organized labor and the brothers in organized labor wanting to better themselves. But I've also seen that they have to work to industry standards, and they have to work to labor codes, and they have to work with building codes, and they have to do the best they can to protect themselves and to protect those around them. And all we're asking is the same thing for our communities. Protect those land zoning codes, protect those environmental codes and laws. Those are laws for certain reasons because we saw what's happening in the communities. And it's happening, and it's still happening here, and we know we're greatly impacted. We don't have to go into the mitigation of it, but it just doesn't pass the smell test. And I urge you to deny this, vote it down until you have better information. You're in the middle of a lawsuit. You can't jeopardize me and as a county taxpayer and voted 15 presidential elections already, even though it's not always gone my way. What's gone my way is trying to advocate for the health, especially for older people. La gente que no entiende esto, la gente que no sabe esto. And as I stand here, I can't help but say it doesn't pass the smell test, the sighting of it. Come on, it's in an island between the Imperial, all around Imperial. Imperial's already all the way to Dogwood Road. And this is in the middle? And then you have the mitigation, the piecemealing of these changes in zoning, and then you have the environmental concerns, which are real. They're real. And the litigation and the logistics and all that. So that's my take on not passing the smell test. I just think that you don't have all the information, guys. You don't have all the information. And the people are trying to tell you on both sides. That's why you're up here to sort through all the BS and come up with what's the requirements. What's the requirements in land use? What's the requirement in zoning? The city of Imperial wouldn't have sued you. They talked to their planners. The city of El Centro has concern. They talked to their planners. They talked to their attorneys. They say they're onto something. People are going to be impacted around that area. And so as someone whose dad worked across the street from that for years and years and was exposed to dangers of pesticides and all of that and had cancer when he died, I'm concerned for the future 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor Zazueta.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Victor Zazueta. I live at 1603 Farmer Drive. I grew up about half a mile from where this project is going to be built on El Dorado Road when it was still county. My mother still lives on that site, less than half a mile from this 950,000 square foot data center that's going to be with the community for decades. It's the largest data center to be built in California. So my concern is that it's in the wrong location due to the residential homes that were built in that area. So I think looking at CEQA, I think this project has potential significant impacts or unusual circumstances. Giving it a ministerial exemption sidesteps the pressure that you all must be feeling to do a discretionary exemption, because if you did a discretionary exemption, that would trigger CEQA and an EIR, which I'm sure all of you do not want to see the county having to deal with. But this is going to affect people's lives for decades. It's going to be a scar on our community. And you guys at least have the power and if you have the courage to make a discretionary exemption to this property. So to do otherwise, you're missing the whole plan. The whole plan is the data center. So I hope that you make a decision not to permit this lost merger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shleah Edwards.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Shleah Edwards. I'm a resident of El Centro. I am no speaker, but I would not feel right if I didn't speak when I had the opportunity to say something. I'm clearly against the building of the data center being placed here. My concern is the same as many, the detrimental effects that the data center may bring. Even more concerning is the secretive way in which governing bodies have made deals and agreed to such a project without being transparent with the community. There is legislation in place that requires California public agencies to evaluate and disclose the environmental impacts of such projects, such as an environmental impact report. To my knowledge, one has not been provided. And if everything was on the up and up and so positive as the developer claims, I don't see why they would have an issue sharing that. We're already limited on resources. Voltage inconsistency, demand and supply, and grid strain are an issue as is. Every summer, we're asked to limit our AC and power use to prevent power rollouts and blackouts. Adding a 330 megawatt monster to the demand is unsustainable and will not be without risk to us. Our electric bills went up not too long ago to cover expenses for some of the infrastructure of IID that wasn't maintained, and I can only imagine how much more it will go up if a data center is built here. Lastly, if one must be brought here, at least place it in a location away from residents. Regardless of the industrial zone classification made years ago, look at the humanity aspect of it. How the quality of life will be negatively affected by the people here. And lastly, I leave you with what I have printed out here. Don't let data centers destroy our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
London Courier. London Courier. Adrian Gutiérrez.
Morning.
Good morning. Hi. So I'm just a local from Imperial. You know, I keep hearing everybody on their pros and cons here. If you really think about it, it doesn't take much to pick up your phone and check every data center that's been in like Kentucky. I think even Arlington. Nobody wants it. They have them for like 4 years, 3 years, and they came out because you guys didn't give the data. They did. And it just destroyed everything. Their water, it destroys the carbon footprint. It causes pollution. What more pollution do you need here? What is it? The majority, everybody has asthma? You need more? I mean, I get it. This place, if you need money, I get it. But why don't you guys make incentives? There's other ways for other businesses to come here. Why don't you make an incentive for businesses to come here as long as they hire local people and not through just like temp agencies, directly. Have them become part of it. You guys can do that. And by the way, you guys can stall this too, because Kentucky just did it. They've done it actually a couple times. Other places have actually stopped these things. You guys can stop it. It doesn't build jobs for longevity. I feel for you guys. I'm a welder. I have to go to San Diego. I've been laid off. I know how that feels. But it's not that data centers that's going to save you. What's that, like a 5-year? Dude, no, don't look at the money like that. No, I'm sorry. Look, I've made good money. I'm sure you guys have too. But what does it really mean? 5 years of really good money just so we could land back into unemployment, and what, you guys aren't going to save us again? I mean, for what? And then you're talking about our future. Well, what the heck does that mean? Because they're just going to get more asthma? Or what? What do you want? Like, what benefits? Throw in my son in 5 years? No, I'm being serious. I'm being serious. No, I'm looking at you guys because we're the ones that are getting affected. I know we feel like we're on the good team, but look at it for the longevity of it. Why don't you guys create jobs for us? Why don't you guys bring people in? You know what I mean? Why don't you guys put in a bigger, higher block for everybody to go and actually sustain a job, and one that's willing to pay? You know that in construction here, what is it? The minimum is like 16, 17 minimum wage just for you to enter. And unless you actually grandfather in with these guys, they don't really pay you a lot. You know what I mean? I get it. I get, you know, it's real hard to kind of manage things for the good sake of everybody. I get that. But just to do this because it's money paid, it doesn't seem right. You know, in 8 years, it's already estimated below, on average, it's going to be 8% hike in 2030. For water and electricity. You guys aren't going to foot the full bill. You guys aren't. We are. It's just like the solar goof that you guys started. That solar goof didn't mean anything. And my last point, nobody is on your guys' side. ID doesn't want it. IBEW, the union doesn't want you guys. Nobody. Even El Centro is still questioning you guys. Nobody is on your side that you need. Unless you guys are just going to say yes. But for what? Look at it towards everybody, the majority. You're getting sued here, man. At least take time. Look on Google.
Time.
Can I say one last thing? Google. To what I heard, this building you're making is Google, right? Ironically, Ironically, go on Google and look it up, and it'll tell you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Gilberto Manzanares.
Morning. Push the button. There you go.
Sorry, this thing is kind of cheap. Damn, the county really needs some money, I guess. My name is Gilberto Manzanares. I'm a resident from Calexico. And I feel like I'm having a really bad episode of deja vu. Because even though I might be young, at 32 years old, I remember the exact same arguments when the solar panels were taking place. And we heard the exact same things from the unions too. They cited our high unemployment, right? Okay, let's build it. They built it. How long ago? 15 years ago? Fast forward 2025, we still got, as they correctly cited, one of the highest unemployments in the state. Did it save us then? I asked that. Was it worth it? Are all electricity bills lower than they were? No. It didn't save us. But I'll tell you what it did cost. Loss of jobs, agricultural land, and jobs. That's what it did. And I'm hearing the exact same pattern today. These data centers almost need no humans to run by themselves. And at one point, it will even replace your clerks. That's what they're being trained for, right? Not because we're making TikToks and everything like that. And I want to ask something. Yes, the city of Imperial, whoever is to blame for the city of Imperial building next to industrial zone, I get it. I understand it. The city of Imperial is Imperial County's fastest growing city in this county. This development will stifle that. If it reached that capacity, up to that limit, we should be proud of it, that at least something in this valley grew at that potential. And we shouldn't be stomping on these communities that have children in those backyards 116 feet away from this development. I ask, do any of you live in that development? What if it was in your children's backyard? There's a brand new school, hasn't even been completed, and we're already failing those kids. I should be in my classroom with my students today, but I have to be here because their future can be stifled by this development. Let me be very clear. There is a lot of money in this room right now, whether it's landowners, whether it's investors, whether it's developers, union laborers, coalitions, nonprofits. There's a lot of money in this room. But listen to your residents. Listen to your residents because they're telling you unanimously, we don't want this data center. And I appreciate if you look at me and not the time and vote no, or at least table it and send it to the supervisors because they should be the ones to hear from all these people. Thank you.
Celeste Aguilar.
Morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Wake it up. Thank you. So first off, I just want to say I'm very proud of the multi-generational group that's here today. I came back to the Valley about a year ago. It is amazing to see community come together on both sides. And one thing I do want to say quickly is my tata worked for the city of Calexico. My dad's a carpenter. I respect these men right here. But honestly, it feels disrespectful because the amount of work that they have will not be with longevity. It feels as though they're being thrown a bone when they deserve a meal for each and every one of their families. And the implications that we're able to see across this country, especially in Virginia. There's a reason why we bring this up. A lot of people talk about the fact that these data centers need water in order to cool themselves. But a lot of people forget about the chemicals that have to be embedded within this water in order for it to do so. Specifically in Virginia, they have to use nitrate. And a little science lesson that I learned because of TikTok and YouTube, because that's where information, thankfully, is being spread. And factually, if you do your right research, nitrate goes in as a liquid into these cooling systems. But then, with the heat, it evaporates. Unfortunately, when nitrate becomes a gaseous state, it is much more concentrated. And when that gets into our airborne system, which will hit us directly, and also our water, it can cause cancer. So we're dealing with asthma. Now we're going to deal with the rise in cancer. And unfortunately, our healthcare doesn't seem to be steady. As a country, it doesn't seem like a lot of people are going to be protected. A lot of people are afraid to go to our hospitals because they're fearful that they will not receive the proper care. And I'm so glad that there's so much information that has been spread today that is factually based and that I don't have to go on circles about. Sound, for example. 100 decibels, that's around the average. 100 decibels, just to put that into a framework, is the sound of a plane being taken off. How are kids going to be able to function, to grow their brains, to have productive members of society? You have young people coming back to the valley. We see a promise here, but we don't want to be sold out. And the other thing that I'm worried about, with AI specifically, even as a young person, they've shown that when it's over-abused, it can decrease the use of our gray matter in our brains. And unfortunately for some people, I think a brain without gray matter and without critical thinking skills is convenient. Thank you.
Ismael Arvizu.
Good morning, board. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm glad to see so many people here. In the colonial world we live in, the richest keep the richest by extracting from the poorest. Larry Page and Sergey Brin are the two co-founders of Google. They own over 50% of the Class B stock. They can vote to not do this. These people extract our valley. We got Lithium Valley happening. There's billionaires taking over our valley. We got so many people that have so much money that want to take so much more from the ones that don't. I applaud the workers. My dad drives to Long Beach every single day to go to work. Yeah, his whole life. So, así es la vida, a veces. We live in the valley where billionaires can place their money mines while pricing up your energy and water bill. The IID website says that 97% of the water that gets transported by IID goes to the fields. 3%, last year it said 2%, this year it says 3%, goes to 7 municipalities or cities and whatnot. Where's the water going to come from, right? Like, is it going to leave, is it going to take away from the farmers? Is it going to come from our 3%? Are you going to make it? Like, okay. We're the poorest county in the richest state, in the richest nation in the world. I'm not saying put this in the poorest place on earth, because I don't think this place should be anywhere on earth. AI is trash. We don't need it. Google was enough, right? I work with K through 12. Kids of 12th grade can't function without AI right now. It's crazy. I work with first graders as well, that you can't play a whole 5 minutes of soccer because they can't run because they got asthma, and you want to make it worse? ¿Pa qué? You might not suffer through what people of color might suffer sometimes. There's some people that I know that are on the board of supervisors that do not represent not even 70% of the county. Like, it's horrible. The representation is not there. You guys don't even ask people. You guys are just putting a mega billion corporation, igual con lithium, igual con what, a mega battery factory, which is just up in the air. That was like 4 years ago, an article. I think it didn't go through. Nothing should go through. Nothing of this magnitude and so much negativity should be in our county. There's too much negativity already. We got pollution. We got micrometals in the air from Lithium Valley. You want to extract more water? We're going to have less water in the Salton Sea. Like, yes, they want people to die. We know this. Rich people want people to die. It's so common, right? If you're going to be cooking out here with your water, like, best you put a filter in every faucet in your house, right? You better have a backup generator for solar panels. Like, at this point, you're making us try to, like, survive what's the worst to happen? You know, we've seen videos, we see people opening faucets that are just brown, like horrible. I work next to the Rio Nuevo, and there's so many things we can fix, and yes, we're just making more problems day by day. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Ramirez. Michael Ramirez.
Okay, first of all, I'm a little nervous. She's doing it. Calm down. Okay. I'm not a TikTok influencer, but I am a resident of the affected neighborhood. And I'm also retired from the prison, just like the gentleman mentioned earlier. But I have a question for the company representative who brought up the prison. Did that correctional officer you spoke to bother to mention if he actually lives in the proposed area? Because it's remarkably easy to give a thumbs up to a high-risk project when you don't have to sleep 500 yards from the target. To the supporters who don't live here, hold up. Your opinion is a luxury my family and my neighbors can't afford. I heard a supporter call us selfish for opposing this. That's rich. You're suggesting that 40 potential jobs for a private company outweighs the safety and security of thousands of residents. That's not progress, that's a bad deal. I respect property rights in America, but I respect the lives of my neighbors more. Your team has spent a fortune on studies for traffic and zoning. Congratulations on the turn lanes, but you completely failed on this one thing that really matters, site security. As someone who spent a career in corrections, I know exactly what a hardened facility looks like. And this neighborhood, my neighborhood, isn't it. You're proposing a soft target in a residential zone. Murphy's Law isn't a theory in my line of work. It's a reality. What can go wrong will go wrong. I'm asking the board, why wasn't this proposed for the state prison grounds? I know that land. Unlike this neighborhood, the prison isn't located in the middle of a residential area. It has the existing infrastructure. It's already secure. It offers a state partnership that actually makes sense for a high-value infrastructure. It's almost as if high-security project belongs on high-security land. That's revolutionary. We should be prioritizing hardened, isolated state partner location over our homes every single time. It's time to stop with the zoning, gerrymandering, and move this project to a site that was actually built to handle the risk. And I also want to add, don't come here asking the county for a favor and insult its residents. Thank you.
Sergio Pesqueda.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, members of la comunidad. Buenos días y casi felices fiestas. My name is Dr. Sergio Pesqueda. I am a proud lifelong resident of Imperial County and second-generation educator. In full disclosure, I am somewhat recently informed of this particular initiative, but that's the reason why I'm here. It took me being compelled by my students and asked for their advocacy to show up and do the work that you all have been elected to do on behalf of your community. If there is outrage that we are sharing, it should be communal outrage, and we are not against our own priorities. And I'm looking at my brothers and sisters in labor movement. I am a proud, long labor collective union myself. My parents were as well. These are the ingredients of oppression. When we are fighting for scraps, that is only in the best interest of those who have the power already. When you stand and speak, I love the solidarity, but we should be standing together. We should be standing together because this is a false dichotomy. This is not us against you. This is what's in the best interest of our comunidades, for the sole interest of those individuals who are millionaires and billionaires already. This should be a moment of solidarity, and I'm going to ask all those who oppose this project to stand with our brothers and sisters who also deserve dignity of work. We all deserve dignity of work, and I invite you all, because what you're seeking is what I'm seeking. What you're seeking, what families are seeking. We're seeking respectable work. We're seeking respectable salaries. We're seeking benefits. We're seeking the dignity of making our life better, not only for ourselves, but for our neighbors, for our communities, most importantly, for the next generation of people that we serve. And in my community, that next generation of people are folks who can't be here today, not only because are they in session, but their children. I'm talking about Cross Elementary, folks who are TK, kindergarten, first grade. I am here in advocacy. We are here in advocacy of those who deserve the right to be able to be listened to, but they cannot. That's what educators are for. We are here in response to their needs. And you all, as elected officials, and those representing the Board of Supervisors, also have a civic responsibility, and that is to us, the community. So we implore you, urge you, and ask you, please respond to what we're asking for and vote no on this.
Thank you.
Kimberly Palacio.
Morning.
Good morning. Of course, it's just my luck that I have to follow Dr. Pesqueda. So I'm Kimberly Palacio. I'm here as a resident, a lifelong resident of the Valley, Calexico specifically. I want to touch on something the developer, who has multiple fraud lawsuits against him in more than one state, by the way. It's public record. Look it up. Something he said. This is the only place in California that it can happen. Why is that? Is it because we have 22% unemployment rate? Because we're a disinvested community made up of primarily of people of color? They think we're going to lay down and take what little we can get, settle for the scraps that they deign to throw at us. While those three gentlemen sitting over there, Tom, Sebastian, and I believe that's Jug, that have been smirking and laughing at residents' concerns, they're sorely mistaken. We're not going to just lay down and take it. They explicitly said that they looked for ministerial land because they wanted to avoid public input. They know they wouldn't or couldn't meet the environmental and economic needs of the community. Damn, my bad. Thank you. They know they couldn't meet the environmental or economic needs of the community if forced to go through public scrutiny. I spent 15 years working in education myself, and I've seen so much talent leave the Valley for more opportunities. Some of these speakers, they're right. We don't have a lot of opportunity here. Is the data center the answer to that? No. A handful of minimum wage jobs. Now, I'm a union member myself. I have PTE Local 70. here we've heard from members of LIUNA, the laborers union. Y'all can build anything. Why a data center? Why don't you advocate for projects that'll bring even more union jobs? A grocery store with UFCW employees, a school with union teachers and CSEA staff, hell, even an office building with OPEIU members. My IBW brother, Hector, he said LIUNA doesn't speak for the building trades. LIUNA doesn't speak for labor much at all. They're not in solidarity with the more than 130 unions across San Diego and Imperial counties that make up the Central Labor Council. I urge you to remember, just because the project may be legal and all the boxes are checked, doesn't mean it's right. Please do what's right for the community. No data centers in Imperial, not in Sealy or Calipatria, or even in Lithium Valley. No data centers in the Imperial Valley, period.
Thank you.
Dennis Morita. Dennis Morita. Sergio Ojeda. Sergio Ojeda. Giavanna Solimine. There's Dennis.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Dennis Morita, City Manager, City of Imperial. I emphasize City Manager because there was a time in a prior life where I might be speaking to you as the City Attorney. I'm happy to say that the legal issues can be left to the lawyers. As you know, the elephant in the room is the fact that the City of Imperial filed a lawsuit against the county associated with the data center project. I'm also mindful that your charge today is to assess a lot merger. And as I listen to the comments you're getting, you've gone arguably far beyond that. But I appreciate your patience in listening, because that in large measure is what got the city where it is today. And my hope is that we can arrive at a process that would properly analyze what potential impacts this development might have, and that there can be a reasonable and reasoned discussion. You know, we're speaking about a data center, but I think so far there's a conspicuous absence of data about what it all means. What does a 30-foot tall building mean? That's almost 1 million square feet. What does a 330 megawatt substation mean? What do cooling towers mean? What do battery storage mean? In the city's view, the public needed to be engaged in that process, and it appears that the city was helpful in achieving public involvement. But at the end of the day, I hope that we can all arrive at a process that would allow the data to be analyzed and that we could arrive at a reasoned decision. And because my sense is that, as I sit back and I see a grading permit, a notice of exemption related to a grading permit, I see this process, I see a permitted use in the county zoning ordinance, I see conditional uses related to something called the data center yard. I see information in the Airport Land Use Commission that suggests its involvement. And so I hope we can arrive at a process that would afford all the stakeholders meaningful input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Giavanna Solimine, is she here?
Good morning.
Good morning. You probably saw me at the IID meeting if you went. I turned 18 this year and decided, independent from any TikTok viewing, that this data center being built would keep me up at night had I not voiced my opinion. I live right down the street, and my heart goes out to any of the people living closer to this proposed data center. I don't have special notes on the codes and the legislation, but the way this is being handled by these departments seem to overlook the people living in these houses, no less the people in this area who rely on the water and electricity to do the jobs that they do have in the city. I have to get my drinking water down at the bottle stations in El Centro like everyone else, and the huge amount of water this would take in the middle of a desert is staggering. I'm sorry. I'm really nervous. I lived in Arizona for years, and comparing Arizona as a thriving place with their data centers is flat wrong. I couldn't tell you how many times we've had brownouts from grocery stores to my own house for hours based on these. We don't have water in this county before, and we don't have it now due to the farming we do. If this data center is approved, it would drive new business. Whatever tech companies exist would zero in on us to drain our resources because they know we skirt these codes, leaving us with polluted water if we could even have any water because it would be split between this data center and the farming. If we want jobs in the area, we can find a solution. We can find a different solution than settling for the sparkly glint of a trash can lid that would doom the health of me and the future generations that would be living here. Please reinforce the limits that these companies would have to go through, and please don't accept the merger based on loopholes for dollars that would never go to the community pockets after it's built. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Winkler.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commission. I'm sure that nobody wanted to get out of bed this morning to come to this hearing, but we really appreciate you guys taking the time, and that goes to show that you understand the importance of this. I'll stay on agenda for just a minute. I'm here as a homeowner today. My house sits right on the property line, and I understand the agenda item today is the lot merger. My question is, what is the urgency of the lot merger? As Mr. Morita and Mr. Tyson stated, there is a lawsuit. My recommendation would be that you table this lot merger until you get the outcome of that lawsuit. That lawsuit could require additional studies that couldn't and should have been done before the lot merger even took place. Another question I have is the developer still going to buy this property if this project doesn't go through? Once they do that lot merger, do the homeowners understand that now in order to do anything with that property, they have to have a consensus of everybody that was involved in that lot merger before they can do anything else with that property? So I do recommend that you table this until you have the outcome of the lawsuit. Now I'm also going to speak on the data center. I'm going to be honest, I don't know a lot about a data center. But what I know is the information that I've been receiving. And some of the information that I received from the parties involved has been misinformation. It is my understanding when the lot merger application was presented that they said they owned that property already, and now it's come to our attention that they don't. I've also heard through with my own ears that some of the people that are out speaking on their behalf said that the city of El Centro was excited and willing to provide that reclaimed water. And then that same day, the city came out and said, hey, that's not true. So a lot of the information that we're getting is not accurate information. So it just kind of makes you skeptical as to what really is, what is it? What is a data center? How is it going to impact us? And one thing that I do want to say to the people that oppose it, you have to be respectful to be respected. And there's a lot of people that oppose this data center, but they don't want to come to meetings like this because it gets out of hand and we all get lumped into the same group. So please, I understand your frustration. My house is right on the property line. I have a wooden fence between myself and the property line. I don't know, I look online and it says, oh, it's like having a lawnmower in your living room. Now, is that an exaggeration? Probably. But how do I know? I don't know. Put your money where your mouth is. Do the CEQA, get an independent person to do the study, and let us get the information from someone that has nothing vested in it. One thing I do want to say about IVDC, they just did their job. Their job is to help someone find a site. They're not responsible. Now it's the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors to say if that's the right site. So being upset with them is not the right position. They did what they're supposed to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tomas Olivas.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tomas Oliva. I'm a resident of the city of El Centro, and I'm here to humbly ask that you vote no on this item. Now, I understand that what's before you is whether or not to merge these parcels. But I want to point to how it's written in your agenda. It says, individual parcels merger for the future construction and development of a data center complex. And so I've heard a lot of commentary that what's before you is the item to merge, but your agenda ties this data center specifically to the action that's in front of you. So they're not independent of one another. You have a room full of people here that have expressed concerns, they fear as to what this data center will do to their communities, to their quality of life, to their houses, and whether or not this data center will impact wastewater by having some minerals or deposits in it after it goes through the system, how much energy use it will do, how much that will impact the ratepayer. We don't know. The proponents of the project can tell you, oh, it's not going to do that, whatnot, but you cannot assure us because there's no CEQA document. Now, I understand that there are folks that believe that there's no CEQA document that's required, but there's also nothing that prohibits you. And so with this outpour of concern, you should very much look within yourselves and the prerogative and the discretion that you have to very much require it. And so when it comes to labor, I will tell you, I'm a labor member, rank and file, education. I want you all to succeed. I want you to have jobs. We all do. But you're getting played. And I will say this, as somebody who has supported labor my entire life, my entire public career, you're getting played. Because the same agencies that tell you this is jobs are the same agencies that do not require PLAs in their projects. They're the same ones that do not require CWAs in their projects, and yet they will put this carrot in front of you to tell you that this is the future. But what they should be doing is requiring project labor agreements for all of the projects that they approve. I tell you this because I used to sit up there. And I will tell you that if they really wanted to tell you that these are long-paying jobs, they would make it long-term. But we've been through this movie before. We're being told jobs, the jobs don't come. In about a few years, you will be unemployed. They did it with the solar farms, and they did it with other construction projects here too. So I ask you, members, please listen to the public. Please require a CEQA, and I humbly ask for your no vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosalía, adórame. Rosalía, adórame. Sammy Grentalora. Samuel Grandcor.
Good morning. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Grettencourt. I spoke at the Board of Supervisors meeting before. Unfortunately, I have the handwriting of a 5-year-old, so it always comes out wrong. I'm a homeowner. I live really close by, and I feel like I'd be doing everyone a disservice not speaking. I'm really impressed by the amount of support we're getting and we have out here and everyone speaking. And I know today's on a lot merger. I'm not trying to tell you to break the law. I do understand you have to follow the code and everything. But we have to speak out at every turn we can because a lot of us didn't even know about this until a couple weeks ago. We weren't informed. They never spoke to us. Now that they're getting a bunch of flack, they're coming out here saying, oh, hey, we can talk to you guys and we can put more trees and stuff. And, you know, it's hard not to get a little angry. I kind of understand why everyone's outcrying here. Everyone's being really loud. It's also disrespectful. So I do agree with the homeowner nearby. We do have to tamper it down, but I respect and I agree with the passion. And if you were in my position, I feel like you would also be that angry and confused, and you feel like you'd have to speak out, and at every chance you would hoot and holler and all that. We're not trying to be disrespectful. We're just trying to make it clear that a lot of people's lives can be changed. And every time we come out here, we get another attack. It feels like apparently I'm falling for misinformation because I'm listening to homeowners who live next to other data centers. That seems kind of, wrong to say. I don't think it's misinformation to listen to people that have experienced this. You have people going to the federal government trying to get a moratorium on these things because we're barely understanding how bad it can be. There's studies being done to see if this noise can affect fetal development and development in children. We don't even know the results of that yet. To say that that's misinformation, I think, is doing a disservice to everyone. But I do understand this is about a lot merger. There is that lawsuit going on. There were, as a document yesterday, me personally, just to backtrack, I tried to look up every ordinance I could to figure out, is there a legal basis to not approve it? And luckily yesterday, the city of Imperial put out a letter, like 84 pages. You can look it up. They asked it to be added to this item where they highlight a lot of legal concerns about the application because it seems like corners were cut. And I just want to make sure that you guys are keeping all this in mind. Don't violate the landowner's rights. I'm not asking for that. But please keep us in mind and please follow the law. And please understand that if you do approve this, there's not really many other ways to stop this thing. And it could hurt a lot of people. And they're promising the moon, like I was always taught. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. Thank you. Thank you.
Jorge Angeles.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm a Imperial City resident, and I learned about this thing a couple of weeks ago. And like the previous person said, I was kind of angry to just learn about something that's been going on for more than a year already, and it affects me. My son, I understand the union workers. My son had to leave the city, and he's working in Portland, Oregon. And he doesn't whine about it because he says that that's life. If we're here, it's because we came from somewhere else. And I explained to him that he cannot be angry. and he has to be more assertive, because we do not have a place where decisions are made. If you want to make a change, you have to be there, or in Senate or House of Representatives. The only thing is that you have to understand that places like Saudi Arabia they have laws that don't allow porno, alcohol, prostitution. Singapore, that even by throwing a gum in the street can put you in jail. Mexico, they don't allow guns. In Costa Rica, there's no military. And why is that? Because the government, the laws says so. And people want that, and people allow it, the people that live there, the citizens. Because it's their law. And you are representatives voted into this office, and you have to do what people want. And it's very difficult to hear opinions on this side, on that side, and everywhere. But you can't see when society, your citizens, are going to allow you, or not allow you, but agree what you're doing. And the only thing that as representatives is that you have to be transparent. And apparently right now you're working under the table and doing things out of context. Just follow the rules. They're talking about an agency that regulates the impact. Go for it, do it. What are you scared for? Because I'm gonna pay attention in this committee, see your names, and the next electing period, I'm gonna do something about that, because that's my power. Thank
you. Julian Daniel.
How's it going? Julian Daniel from Holtville, California. I come to you as someone that's lived on the streets my whole life, right? I come to you as someone that's a university student right now at San Diego State University, Imperial Valley, okay? We need leadership from the community, so I'll call that on out. Every time that this happens, we're gonna be here. The data center's gonna come, whether or not we like it. If that's gonna be the case, then the community's not gonna leave either. We're gonna speak up every single time. We want to talk about jobs, we want to talk about resources, we want to talk about problems. Why are these problems being fixed whenever it costs our land and our community and our lives? You're going to give these lives 3 minutes to speak their point, to speak their rights, but you're going to take it away for the next 5, 10 years or whatever because you guys think it looks good on paper, right? The issue is there's so much issue down here and we're not getting help from out here that we have to sell out these certain things. How about workshops? How about processes? How about ask the community? How about a full 40 hours asking the community, what do we need? Because we, as the data, as the research, live this every single days of our lives where you guys get paid to look at it from the paper perspective, okay? What we need is action from our leader, from our community. We need leaders. We need to give solutions to you guys because right now these solutions have a problem with us and we have a problem with this. If we're going to come to a middle ground, then we're going to do it the way that it needs to be done. We're going to listen to everybody. We're going to flatten it out. We're going to come to a process that everybody agrees on because if not, the community will never rest. And you got guys like me who are only going to promote this more and more and more and talk about how the community needs to rise. If we need jobs, let's talk about what else we need. We need mental health people. We need nurses everywhere. We need hospitals everywhere. We need mother care. We need more grocery stores for mothers like Motherhood and Brawley. We need a lot of different things that we can start there to give back to the community in that way, shape, or fashion. Instead, we want to make jokes about TikTok attention span. Well, I'm coming from 92, baby. I'm a millennial. I talk about different things that I can do. Because me, myself, and I can teach my community stuff that they can do from the ground on up instead of giving them this facade of everything on else. The hand is bigger up here because of the problems down here. We're going to get smacked with both of them. I'm letting you know right now, we will not go anywhere. I will not go anywhere. And everybody around me will hear exactly what I have to say because I didn't come up here and do this on the spot. I've been doing this 24/7. And the moment that I hear about things like this is the moment that I need to echo to the people that are on both sides. okay? And to the people onto the table. Forgive me, but that's the way that I feel, and it's only gonna get better and worse for everybody, okay? We can settle this down, we can work things on out, and there's other problems, but to be given this paper and this politics and this, that, and the other to be flipped the papa on your side, you're giving all the receipts to somebody else because you guys can't get it done. That's cool. Just admit it then. Admit it, you're giving all the receipts to somebody else to fix our problems whenever they're looking at it from the outside perspective. I want to see names and addresses of everybody. Where are you from? Because I'm from right down the block and I'm not going anywhere.
Seth Birdsong.
Hi, is this thing on?
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Seth. I'm a resident of El Centro, and I'm a local social media influencer who's popular with our younger generation here. Now, countless of my followers, some who may actually be in this room with us today, have come to me with concerns about this data center project. I've spoken about this publicly on my page, but I want to say this directly to the people who can help decide whether this happens or not. This data center is not good for this valley on multiple levels. Economically, for example, data centers are not normal industrial buildings. They're massive supercomputers that run 24/7 and consume insane amounts of power and water. That alone is a problem for the IID. You're introducing a huge demand source into a system that already affects everyone here. That pressure doesn't just stay on the IID. It shows up as a higher power and water cost for residents, most of whom can hardly afford it. I also keep hearing numbers like 1,600 construction jobs and that it'll replace the thousands of jobs lost from the Spreckles sugar factory closing. It won't. Once construction is done, those workers are gone. And let's be honest, the data center will only produce 100 permanent jobs. Most of those being specialized IT positions that are not abundant in this valley. There's a very real chance that those jobs won't even go to locals, but to people brought in from out of town. And then there's the environmental side, which people here have made very clear to both you and to me. Residents have reached out to me saying they're worried about generator pollution, constant noise, and how this could affect their kids. These aren't just vague fears. These are people who live nearby, worried about how they'll live with this every day for the rest of the time that they'll live there. And on top of that, the proposed site is right behind the Border Patrol headquarters, which is one of our largest employers in this county. Officers and administration will be exposed to the same pollution and environmental risks as nearby residents. And this project doesn't just affect homes, it affects one of our industrial titans. So to be blunt, this data center would be a detriment to Imperial County in multiple ways. It puts strain on our infrastructure, drives up resource costs, and introduces environmental hazards, all for very little long-term benefit for the people who actually live here, and instead for tech companies. As someone with real community reach, especially among younger residents here who need a voice, I'm asking you to take these concerns seriously. Imperial County deserves development that helps the community, not projects that suck away resources and leave us with the consequences. Imperial County is a titan for crop farms, not AI farms. Thank you.
Thank you. Ángel Martínez. Ángel Martínez.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Angel Martinez. I am a resident of El Centro, and I am here to oppose the data center. I won't pretend like I know too much about the health risks or anything, but I do know that this community does not need a data center. We need more for our kids. We need more for our people. Jobs are not abundant here. We need something for the people that are here, that live here, so that they can have resources to feel empowered, to feel like their voice is heard. So many people here, even though we're speaking out, we don't feel heard. We don't feel seen. We feel like this is just going to go over. It's going to pass. It's still going to pop up. The data center is still going to be here. And all the people who are concerned about it are going to go ignored, like always. And unfortunately, we can't let that happen. That's why we all showed up. It's early in the morning since we've been here. Nobody wants to be awake that early. We all are. We all work. We all have stuff to do. We all missed a day of work to be here. We're not all lazy. We all have things to do. But, you know, our community is our community. Every single person in this room who lives in this place is community. I'm speaking to everyone here. We all need to stand together. We cannot let the money buy us. We cannot let data centers control us. We have to stand up. We have to fight for our people. We have to fight for our rights, for our community, for our kids. You said your kids live here. Do you want them to hear that buzzing noise 24/7 while you're in San Diego and you don't have to deal with it? Yeah. I'm just saying. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Have a great day.
Annaka Penney-Smith.
Morning.
Hello, good morning. My name is Annaka Penney-Smith, and I'm here early in the morning, as we all are. I would urge all of you on the board today to look around the room, not at the clock, not at your phones, look at me, and look into the eyes of the speakers. I would urge you to listen to our words and acknowledge the sacrifices that many of whom are in this room made to be here. Many people who are in this room today took time off. They are not at their jobs. They're missing out on hours that they could be working and getting compensated for. Many people who are in this room had to look into childcare at their own personal expense in order to be here and to bring their concerns to you. So I urge you to listen, not to respond, but to understand. We are people. We are not data points. Our concerns are real and they are valid. And with public trust on the line, I urge you to act within our best interests and remember that you do work for us. If you truly believe that this data center is good for us, then I would urge you to do everything within your power to prove it. Be transparent, be forthcoming with information, and make it wildly, easily accessible and understandable to everyone. You act within our interests. We the people, our public trust is on the line. Remember that you work for us. Act within our best interests. We will remember. We will not forget. Thank you so very much for listening to myself and everyone, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Francisco Perez.
Hello, good morning. I co-own a tattoo shop with my best friend here in town. We've been open for about 3 years. I never thought that was gonna happen. One thing led to another. Now I had the prospect of a life here in the Imperial Valley. I never thought that was gonna happen. Like everyone else here, you grow up here, you wanna get out of here as fast as possible. But life led me here, right? Everything was cool. And then we got the news of an AI data center that was going to open, and that's going to take us out. Maybe not necessarily personally, but it is going to impact the health of everyone here. We have one of the highest cancer rates in the state. We all know why. There's a picture of it back there. But the AI data center combined with the lithium, combined with the fields, it is a death sentence for all of us. Do I have data for that? No. Fuck no. But I do know that it's not going to be good for anyone involved. Obviously, it's the potential jobs that are coming and blah, 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 blah. But someone said earlier that they could build a parking lot there. Let's build a parking lot. Where? But yeah, I am losing my train of thought and I yield my tongue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ian Ayasaka.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Ian Hayasaka. I'm an electrical engineering student and a tutor at IVC. I study through books all the time, so data centers and computer technology is something that's very familiar to me. I am disgusted by the blatant misinformation. We have not been approached, who are in engineering and studying engineering, we are often approached by the people who are recruiting. There's often events for it. We have seen nothing for that from this data center. We are not being told what the specific environmental provisions are. I'm not seeing any regulations about the biocides, which this is an agricultural county. Our economy is based off of things that are living, and we have to put stuff to kill bacteria, which will harm our crops, into the water. There's also no carbon output regulation that I've seen. When I looked it up, I didn't see anything about how much carbon output they're allowed to have. I also didn't see anything about regulating the generator uptime. There isn't anything, we have no guarantees that it's going to stop at any point. They could run it and there's not going to stop it. So, about computer information, about the water. So, when you have a closed loop for water cooling, water will diffuse out of the pipes. It'll just happen. Water will do that. You have to replace that water, which means you need more. The more computers, the more you have to do that. Also, power spikes for GPUs, which are what you use for this type of computing, are instantaneous. It's really quick, and you can't do anything about that, and that's going to strain the grid. That's what causes those brownouts. Also, lights for security means light pollution. We haven't been told anything about light pollution, and many data centers that I've seen have a lot of light pollution. I'd like to see the stars at night, and that won't happen if we have to have these security lights, and we've heard nothing about this. Also, computers need little to no maintenance. You can run computers without people needing to check on them often, which means that there isn't a lot of work for the uptime. And if our comments aren't being taken into account, maybe we need different representation. I want that to sit with you very clearly, because if we're not being represented by you, then maybe we need a new board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Acuña.
How do I use this?
Morning.
Good morning. How do I use the mic?
Just get close to it.
Let's get close to it?
Right there.
Test, test?
Yep.
All right. All right. My name's Peter. I'll keep my comments short.
Thank you.
I try to ask that everyone put yourselves in a neutral position for just a moment. Have patience with me. When I first learned about this data center, I didn't know what it was. I thought it was just a warehouse. I saw the satellite images of the proposed site, the roads, nearby proximity to Border Patrol and the Highway Patrol Station, railroad track access, good stuff. I said, oh wow, scored the jackpot. These guys are smart. That's an excellent place to put their little warehouse, which is one of the biggest in the state. But then I did a little research. The noise, the pollution, and I said, oh wow, that's actually not so great anymore. And my main concern is underground vibrations. Sound barriers can prevent some of the problems above ground, but underground, the piping, the water piping specifically, if it cracks over the next few years, it's more maintenance, more expenses, and polluted water, tap water. I worked at a power station for a bit in Calipatria. I have the hat right on. And they're loud. Power stations are loud. I think this data center should be treated as a power station, not just any other industry. And power stations should not be so close to houses. This is not a satellite solar farm. This is a loud, vibrating machine, a monstrosity for anybody sleeping nearby. And I pray for anyone that's in the vicinity. I hope you have a good future. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oscar Mendez. Oscar Mendez.
Morning.
Morning. My name is Oscar. I've been a resident of Imperial for more than 20 years. I moved in with my family to Victoria Ranch in the year of 2004. And most of my childhood took place in that exact neighborhood. It was my family relatives who informed me of the data center project that's taking place right outside my backyard. And I'm against it. Data centers are massive facility compounds that use up immense thousands, if not hundreds of gallons of water on a daily basis. That is meant to fuel software programs such as Meta AI and OpenAI. I actually studied those software programs at the University of California State University San Bernardino, which is the institution I graduated from. OpenAI does not care about you. It's not your best friend. It's not your therapist. It's not your academic advisor. It's not even a living person. It's not going to care about you once you finally pass away. You can't take it with you when you are finally buried at your funeral. So why are you guys supporting it? It's only a matter of time until AI gets too advanced to the point where we start losing control of it. Founder of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg. CEO, founder of OpenAI, Sam Altman. Those two people are the most powerful humans on the planet. They don't care about you. They're not going to visit you once you finally pass away and take your last breath. They're going to live their lives in wealth, and we as residents, we're going to suffer because of this data center. There's no hope for this project if you proceed with it. And hope the people who are supporting this plan, I hope you guys are proud of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diego Joe.
Morning.
Morning. What's up, everybody? My name's Diego. I'm not ashamed to admit I'm homeless right now. I came to Imperial Valley, specifically El Centro, to work. And this data center, if it were to be built, can you guys promise me a job? Answer me. Will I get a job? Yes or no? Will I get a job? 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 Can you promise me a job? Can you?
The project hasn't been approved.
If it goes up, this data center is going to ruin the environment. How many other big cities get rid of trees, bushes, the ecosystem? Who else here likes to fish? Yeah, all those fish that you catch, dead. You can't spend quality time with your son anymore, teaching him how to tie knots, be patient. And you union workers complain about work, go fix the roads. There's a truck empty over there. Someone's not working it. You guys want to protect your guys' children, want to plan for their future? They're going to grow up with asthma, not being able to breathe. Albuterol is getting expensive. If you can't pay for that, guess who's going to pay for that with their life? It saddens me to see so many people that want to approve this project because of their own greed. All it is greed. You guys have no support to back any of this up. And I don't need to use fancy words. I don't need to look up what you guys signed, what you guys didn't sign. It's inherently bad. AI is making everybody stupid. Everywhere I go, AI ads. And it makes me angry, man. People are put out of jobs because of that. Artists can't do art no more because of AI. I want to be a musician, but guess what? AI is doing that for me. And for everybody over here that wants to approve this, you guys can go fuck yourself.
Thank you.
Carmen Ábalos. Carmen Ábalos. Annette Leon.
Morning.
Good morning. Annette Leon, long-term resident of Imperial County, Vice President of DuBose Design Group. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I stand before you to clarify a few points. I know residents have been led to believe that this area in question has not been environmentally assessed by our predecessors, and that's simply not the case. The surrounding area and project site have been evaluated, so much so that the Victoria Ranch specific plan area has mitigation measures on them and has since 2003. A plan which was updated in 2023. The city of Imperial imposed conditions of approval on the neighboring subdivision, fully aware of its proximity to industrial land. It's important for you landowners to know that. A railroad which began service in 1919, an airport which took its first flight in 1943, and industrial zoning that has zoning precedents since the 1970s. All subdivisions were evaluated through the CEQA process, and documents can be obtained online or through public requests. There have been not one, but two CEQA documents that have recently gone through public review: the Imperial Service Area Plan and the Imperial Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. Both could have resulted in an address of concerns with the land use. Applications for site plan review were submitted to the City of Imperial in March of 2025. And I know because I submitted them. The site plan review number, for your information, is 25-03. The applicant is doing what they can because technically they are permitted by right. But does that mean that they get to do whatever they want? No. No. Now, I'm not standing here negating anyone's concerns because they're all valid, okay? And technical studies are currently being conducted, such as a health risk assessment. And we have our local agencies to protect us and our environment. And I'm explaining this thoroughly because Now is the time that we have to be as united as ever as we start to enter into this new sophisticated technological age. Our unemployment rates are higher than ever. I think everybody knows the Spreckle closure has created, problems from the north end to the south end. And all the more reason that we need to stand strong together. The budget was released. We have 275 vacant, unfunded positions that we can't afford. And it is clear as ever that we need to course correct, and the only way to do that is we take a hold of the opportunities that come at hand. We send our graduates off, they don't come back because there's no opportunities for us. And we fought so hard for the last decade to have people trained locally. So I urge you, when you make this decision, that you take into account the entire county, from the north end to the south end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone who didn't speak who would like to fill out a card last minute and speak? If you've already spoke, you can't do it. Okay. With the project, do they have any items they would like to go over?
One more.
I'm sorry, we have one more. We want to make sure everybody has an opportunity.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. I didn't have planned to be here. I'm a student at SDSU. I had a final today.
Hold on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
We need to get your card.
Yes, sir. Daniel Silva, Calexico.
Daniel Silva.
Gracias. Okay, so I had to come. I had to ask my professor to give me que me hiciera un paro so I could come over here, because it's crazy. It's crazy. You guys made this meeting during the time when we're all getting together, and you guys know that. You guys know that we make community during this time. Oh, come on, man. Y'all sitting here and lying to the people for what? We all know what y'all gonna be doing. Nobody said anything, and you guys waited for a time where we're all making community. All right? Nobody has time to be here, and you guys know that. We're all struggling to live. We're all struggling to find work, but yet we're here, and you guys are hearing everybody say no. The people that are not here aren't here because they don't want to be here. They're here. They're not here because they have to work. There's a lot of people who are on government assistance. I mean, just look at the unemployment rate. You hear it time and time again. And the worst part about it, that is the same raza that does it to ourselves. We've been doing it to ourselves. Look at El Paso. Look at how big El Paso is. Look at how big San Diego is. Look at how big Calexico is. It looks like the butthole of the valley. And I've been living there since I was, man, it's so heartening to have to even come out of here and leave my mind as a student and actually think about my community and those that can't speak. There was a woman who just signed a paper, and she didn't even know what she was signing because she couldn't even speak English. Y'all are taking advantage of that. Thank you guys so much for holding this meeting and letting everybody talk and paying attention to the community. I'm sorry that I come in, very emotional, but this community means a lot to me, and I've only seen it get worse. I have asthma. I have to go and I have to plead my doctor for prednisone so I could get my lungs open, just so I could go outside and work, just so I could get a degree. But there's people like you guys who are looking to, when nobody's paying attention, to fill your pockets. And I see you, and we've all been seeing you guys over and over again, and I'm jotting y'all names down because I'm getting into a position of power so that I could take down all your little names and be like, oh, this one did this one voted for this one. All right, cool, I see how it is. I really appreciate you guys' time, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online who wishes to speak? No one online waiting? I guess not. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and thanks to the public. I hear a lot of the passion, and I'm not dismissive of their passion. And if they said that maybe we did a poor job communicating, I would also agree. So we have set out now to communicate better and meet with everybody. As far as transparency, all the studies we've done are available online, and we could deal with those. So I wrote down about 15 comments that I'd like to address over things I've heard, if it's okay, and I'll be happy to take any questions. So the first thing was on the application about the affidavits. I responded to the city's letter, which I got yesterday about 4 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, I sent it out by email, and we filed a copy of the affidavits that were submitted 2 months prior. So that's not an issue. We then also dealt with all the issues. In our opinion, my opinion, a lot of the issues found on the fact that the city of Imperial views this as a rezone. We don't think so, obviously. And so that's something that's there. Now, that's already in court. Everybody's already recognized that. So that process will follow whatever it does. In California, CEQA has made many changes. This summer, huge changes to CEQA came in place, mainly for residential and for advanced manufacturing is another one, which is a data center on industrial use. The changes are because California was really very slow in getting its housing. Now the new changes are if you have 20 acres or less for residential, you're exempt. One of the things that happens in CEQA is before you get to the environment part, you get to the exemption part. And I intentionally look for that. If they want to yell at somebody, they can yell at me for that. Okay, now with respect to staff and the professionals, all of these things that we're submitting go to professionals. These professionals will review them. For example, the one about the generators, that goes to APCD. We went to them and we said, look, we checked the boxes on this. They said, we want a health risk assessment. No problem. I paid for it. That is being completed. And actually, that's done this week. Those will be out there and people could review them over the health risk assessments. As far as the generators, they're temporary generators. They only come on when you have a power outage. You get to do tests during time and they're limited to 100 hours. We agreed to limit it to 34. I'm being told it's going to be more like 12, okay? These are all things that are there. This is inside a building, not outside the building. As far as the electricity, we've done 4 studies that show that the capacity is sufficient to be there. Most of the electricity, as I see it, and I could be wrong, in Imperial County is exported out because there's no need for this large load. This one allows it to be here. The cost for the electricity to the data center will be about $250 million per year. That's $1 billion every 4 years. The net, IAD will argue with me it's not net because they're not profit, is somewhere between 25 to 30 million every year. That's there. And we're not asking for anything to be done by the public with that. The substation that's on site is about $80 million paid for by the data center. And still there's processes on that. In fact, as we speak, there's a meeting on site with IID and Powers engineers to go over the substation part. In the water, there's been a lot of misinformation on that. And unfortunately, again, it could be me, we didn't put it out there as much. Early on, what we did is we wanted to get reclaimed water. That is the poop water that gets reclaimed by us, and that's what we use. We went to the city of Imperial, and I paid for all that, which now everybody forgets, from Imperial, and that was 2 million gallons that they had. We went to El Centro, that was 4 million gallons. Both studies are available online. We paid for that. Our plan was we pay for the reclamation of the water for both. We pay for any upgrades to do it, and we buy the water. We didn't need 6 million gallons. We needed 750,000. The excess, either they could sell to the public, because now it's free, or they could send it to the Salton Sea, which was going to have clean water. That's an environmental positive part. We did that. We didn't need CEQA to tell us that. We started with that. We did the same thing with the electricity. We didn't need CEQA to tell us to be good. And by the way, the electricity here in Imperial, this is one of the places where you have a lot of green energy. We're looking for the geothermal and all those other things that we can get. So that's another one. The generators I've already covered for you. That's APCD. We did the health risk assessment. We complied with it. They're temporary. They don't run all the time. Jobs. We already signed a project labor agreement. We weren't there to battle with this. We want to see the jobs come here. The jobs expected during construction are somewhere about 1,500 to 1,600 jobs. And remember, that's the direct jobs. You're going to have indirect jobs that adds another number like that. The direct jobs, you've heard it correctly, a few of them said about 100, somewhere between 1 to 200, whatever that is. But there's also indirect jobs that come out, are probably another 500. However, let's remember, this is private land. I don't have to come to you and say, well, we're going to add jobs. We are. This investment, not by me, I don't have that kind of power, it's $10 billion. The building itself and everything else will be about $3 billion. The chips itself will be about another $6 billion. It's about $10 billion investment. That tax base, the tax base for Imperial County right now is about $18 billion. When I was trying to do this in the city of Imperial, that building would have doubled their tax base. So whatever you were getting into schools or whatever you're getting into police, call it twice. That's the type of investment this does. But there's also spin-offs. There's other people that could produce reclaimed energy that want to sell to you. And there's other things. Plus also, I believe the power of saying that you have this, which cannot occur elsewhere, to be fair, because no one else has that kind of capacity in this state. We created the electrical stuff, but we don't have the ability for that. The industrial zone, as recently as this summer, and Annette spoke way better than me on that, as recently as this summer, that study was in there. This property, should it be annexed by the city of Imperial, is in railroad industrial, their highest level use. So it's not like we're looking at this as we're going to change this. This stays in line with it. And by the way, when you look at the potential uses, there's many. I think in the county's code, there's probably about 100. In my view, and I know others may disagree, the data center is one of the lightest uses. It doesn't have a lot of traffic going in and out. I know they'll disagree. It has limited traffic. It has no windows. It's a building. Yes, it's noisy inside the building, but I don't believe outside of it, and the county's got a code that we have to adopt to. I get it. There's going to be disagreements. I think the best thing for that is deal with those and have us prove those to you. Now, that's really it. I think I've covered as best I could recall most of the comments. So I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Any questions, commissioners?
I would conclude to follow what your rules have been, and I thank the county. It's one of the ones I've seen it do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
I'd like to take a quick opportunity to clarify one other item. The commissioners are not elected by anyone. We are volunteers. We don't have to be here today, folks. We're trying to do something for the community. So whoever told you that we are elected, they're wrong. Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify that. No, we're paid $75.
Who appointed you?
Isn't that what it is?
Supervisors.
Yep. Yeah. $75, and that's paid for by the people who come here to have a project. Okay? Okay, well, I'm just saying, everybody's saying that they're going to remember us and not vote for us or whatever.
I want to say something. So he's saying he's not scared of us. He's saying he doesn't have to listen to us.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I want to say something.
Okay, I'm going to let you say one thing, and then that's going to be the end.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I am here, part of the community. We are not public. The person who was talking, he said like, oh, hola public, say hi public. We are not public, we are the community. The community to support you. That is the reason why you are in that shirt. So, because we think, we believe in you, that you are a good leader for us, that you are a good representative for us in the community. We are not asking for a favor. We are not asking here to give us a favor that's not to authorize date of center. We are here as a community. We are here together. Together we are stronger. We are here to say no to data center. Why? It's not because the money, only the money. I know and I understand that the person who are representative of the data center, they're going to have a lot of money in their pockets. Good for them, not for the community. We don't have any good resources here. We are the community that is poor in comparison with San Diego, with Los Angeles, with other parts of here. I am a mother of family. I have a husband. I understand you guys. I have a husband that he has to go out of state 2 years ago to support my family. I understand you. But not for that, I'm going to say yes to data center, just thinking in me. I have to think in the community, not just in me. I have to think in the generations, for all the generation, next generation. Not for my son, not for my daughter, not for my grandson, community. We are here as community to tell you no to data center. We have the power to stop data center. We are here for that.
Thank you.
I understand all the opinions and I respect.
Okay,
but
thank you.
We need to listen to the community.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
No, this will go on all day. I told her to be her and her only. Everybody have their chance to speak. No.
Appointed by John Hoff.
It's just that I also the
Ma'am?
concern that the envelope says this matter affects your property. Please listen. So I opened the envelope and I was concerned it didn't have any other information about it. So my property, which is right here from the center, next door, so I could draw a rock, is gonna be evaluated after that? Yes. We didn't call it that, but we had.
I don't know the answer to that. You'd have to go down to
Well, the
somebody else's
envelope,
office.
had that mark.
Okay.
Property is at risk.
We're done with the public portion of this hearing. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments on this item?
Yeah, I'd like to say that I think we're missing the point here, that this data center, if it's able to be built, is going to be a catalyst, I think, for all kinds of new industry and new things and more jobs coming into the valley. So that's my feeling.
Mr. Minnick, can you come to the microphone? I got a couple questions.
They call them soda straws because they'll suck out all the water.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not saying, so don't get up in arms, this project will get approved, Mr. Minnick.
We're still gonna resist. We're not gonna stop if you.
That doesn't mean that the future parts of this project will not be required to do CEQA, correct?
It depends on the nature of the items, yes.
Can you explain that to me a little bit more?
The action in front of you is a lot merger to merge 5 lots.
Correct.
That's the only action that's in front of you. If other agencies require CEQA clearance for other aspects of it, there might be there. From the county standpoint, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further comments, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the lot merger 00191 as recommended by staff.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for approval. Call roll, please.
Schaffner,
Yes.
Kalen,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Cabañas,
Yes.
Gallegos,
Yes.
Wright,
No.
Gutierrez,
Hila.
Dunn,
No.
Okay, motion fails. Is there another motion?
Yep. Can you finish? I would like to make a motion to table this project and have,
I think it's failed.
that's correct. They're asking for another motion. Correct? So please listen to me. I respect all of you guys. Let me, I asking for a motion to table this project until the developer, the City Imperial, the City of El Centro, and the community, which is all here represented by you guys, get together, get some workshops, and come into an agreement if this project is viable in that location or it should be moved to another location, but not before everybody has a chance to listen to the project, the pros and the cons. That's my motion.
Did that pass or not? The first motion, did it pass or not?
It did not
All
pass.
right, we're done.
Mr. Minnick, let Mr. Minnick speak.
The motion that was presented by by Commissioner Kalen failed to pass. So there is no motion, the object is still out. Okay, we now have a new motion that was presented by Commissioner Cabañas, and that has not been seconded.
I second that.
That gets seconded. So,
table something that didn't pass.
Ma'am, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm giving you and all the people who spoke in here.
We're not stupid.
It failed, leave it like that.
Hey, please. All right, enough. I'm not going to put up with this crap. You're just treating us like.
Walk away. You're free to go.
Okay, we don't have a second, right?
We do what?
We have a motion, but not a second,
Yes,
right?
we do.
We do have a second? Okay, okay. We've got a second.
Okay.
All right. Call the roll.
Schaffner?
Yes.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Robin?
Yes.
Cabañas?
Yes.
Gallegos?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
All right. Motion to table this project until such time that
You're not gonna tell us one day in advance when
stands approved.
Okay, now.
Should any member wish to appeal the motion that was which was to continue the item until such time that it has been workshopped with the agencies that Commissioner Cabañas has stated, then the project would come back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration, for rehearing of the same law.
Let me add to your, not only the agencies, which everybody in this room who stand against the project, there are part of those tables of communication with the developer and the county, and the city of Imperial and the city of El Centro.
The county and we will get together and have workshops, and they'll be available to the public based on your motion.
Thank you.
How will we notify with the community?
To be notified through the newspaper.
El amor de la frontera.
You should notify residents.
You guys got money for everything else, put some flyers out. Go to the university, do more research, do the door to door.
So this has to come back to us, not to the supervisor.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry, what was your question?
So this well.
The lot merger has been continued, so in order to have a lot merger, should the applicant proceed with the lot merger, it has to come back to this commission for a new hearing. You have not decided to approve it or deny it, only to continue it, and at the suggestion of the commission.
So this is the opportunity for everybody that has questions, that says they weren't informed, they didn't know anything, to get with these workshops and get the information they are looking for.
Yes.
Okay.
Corruption!
Okay?
This is a radio.
Yes, sir.
All right.
You take
We're moving on to agenda item number 3.
Agenda item number 3. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how you.
Yes.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
You bet. 5-minute recess.
Do I need to get rid of my Facebook page?
Okay, we're back in order. Agenda item number 3.
Yeah.
Agenda item number 3 is consideration of lot merger 00192 submitted by Brandon Hernandez. Luis Valenzuela will read this project in the record.
Hello, good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, Luis Valenzuela. Another lot merger submitted by Brandon Hernandez. This is number 00192. The project is located at 1113 Heffernan Avenue in Heber, California, with assessors parcel number 054-184-004. Per Imperial County General Plan, the land use designation for this project is in the Heber Urban Area Plan, and the zoning for this parcel is R1, Golden City Residential Zone. In the surrounding land use analysis, we can notice that there are R1 Golden City Residential Zones on the north, south, west, and east. The applicant is proposing a lot merger between 3 continuous lots identified under APN 054-184-004 and zoned as R1 low-density residential zones to create a single and larger lot for future residential development, or future development will be made to county standards. Water and sewer to a newly merged lot will be provided via proposed water and sewer service line provided by the Heber Public Utility District. Physical access will continue to be via Heffernan Avenue. Next slide shows an aerial view of the parcel. The next slide shows the proposed lot merger. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission hold a public hearing, hear all the proponents and opponents of the proposed project, and then take the following actions. Find that lot merger number 00192 is categorically exempt from CEQA per Article 19, Section 15305, and that no further environmental documentation necessary. Find that lot merger number 00192 is consistent with applicable zoning and building ordinances, and approve lot merger number 00192 subject to attached conditions. Lastly, I'll leave you with a copy of the receipt map reference, and this concludes the presentation.
Okay, do we have someone for this project here today?
I believe the applicant is on Zoom.
Online? Okay.
Brandon?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, have you read the entire project and do you agree with everything in it?
Yes, I did read it. I do agree with it.
Okay, any questions or comments at this time?
Not this time.
Okay, we'll open this up to the public. Would anyone like to speak on this item? If not, I'll close the public portion of the hearing and bring it back to the commissioners. Any questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of lot merger 00192 as recommended by staff.
Second. It's been moved and second for approval. Call the roll, please.
Schaffner?
Yes.
Kalen?
Yes.
Robin?
Yes.
Cabañas?
Yes.
Gallegos?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
All right, lot merger 00192 stands approved by this commission. Should any member of the public wish to appeal, must be done by filing an appropriate appeal in the next 10 days.
Okay, agenda item number 4.
Agenda item number 4, this is a consideration of a parcel map 2516 by Ed and Linda Menville. This will be read into the record by Luis Barajano.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Luis Bejarano, Planner 2. I'll be presenting parcel map 02516 submitted by Edward and Linda Menville. This project is located at 1446 Carr Road, Calexico, California, with assessor's parcel number 059-210-013. Per Imperial County General Plan, the land use designation for this project is agriculture, and the zoning for this parcel is A3, meaning heavy agriculture. The next slide shows the surrounding areas are heavy agriculture towards north, south, and south, general agriculture towards west, and gateway industrial towards east. The applicant is proposing a parcel map to subdivide an existing 214.31 acre property identified by assessor's parcel number 59-210-013 into 3 legal parcels for family estate planning purposes. The proposed subdivision will result in parcel 1 comprising approximately 82.34 acres, parcel 2 approximately 61.30 acres, and parcel 3 approximately 70.67 acres. This subdivision will not involve any changes to the existing land use. The property will remain in active agricultural production. Legal and physical access to parcel 1, 2, and 3 will be provided by Carr Road, while water will continue to be provided through the IID. The next exhibit shows the site plan of the proposed parcel map. And the next slide shows an aerial view of the property. Lastly, the next slide shows Staff recommends that the Planning Commission conduct a public hearing and that you hear all the proponents and opponents of the proposed project. Staff would then recommend that you approve parcel map 02516 by taking the following actions. Adopt a negative declaration by finding that the proposed project would not have a significant effect on the environment as recommended by the Environmental Evaluation Committee on October 9, 2025, and adopt the attached resolution and supporting findings approving parcel map 02516 subject to the attached conditions. I will now leave you with the vicinity map for your reference, and that will conclude my presentation.
Is there a representative for this project?
Yes, Tom DeBose, DeBose Design Group, representing Ed and Linda Menville.
Okay, you've read the entire project and agree with everything in it?
Yes.
If you have no further questions or comments?
None
I'll
unless
open
you
this
have
up
for me.
to the public, and anyone like to speak on this item? If not, we'll close the public portion. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of parcel map 022516 as recommended by staff.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Schaffner,
Yes.
Kalen,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Cabañas,
Yes.
Gallegos,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Gutierrez, Dunn.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 4 stands approved by this commission. Should any member of the public wish to appeal, it must be done by filing an appropriate appeal within the next 10 days.
Agenda item number 5.
Agenda item number 5 is another parcel map. This time it's 2520. This will be presented by Rocio.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rocio Yi, Planner 2, and I will be presenting parcel map 02520, initial study 25-0030, submitted by MacCo LLC. Next slide, please. The project is located near State Route Highway 111 between Keystone and Harris Road with a social parcel number 040-380-020. Highlighted in red. The zoning for this parcel is Mesquite Lake Heavy Industrial with Renewable Energy Overlay. And per the Imperial County General Plan, the land use designation for this project is within the Mesquite Lake specific plan area. The applicant proposes a subdivision of one parcel identified, as I said before, in 2 separate parcels. The proposed division is legally established 2 independent parcels to improve marketability. The property is currently vacant and no development is proposed at this time. Access to the site will continue to be provided from Old Highway 111. No zone change is requested and both parcels are intended to remain designated for industrial use. The next slide, you can see the surrounding area to the project location is highlighted in red or designated as heavy agriculture to the east, Mesquite Lake Heavy Industrial with Renewable Energy Overlay to the north and south, as shown in blue, and Mesquite Lake Medium Industrial with Renewable Energy Overlay to the west, highlighted in yellow. Here's a copy of the proposed parcel map. The existing property, which totals 135.06 acres, is proposed to be divided into 2 parcels. Parcel 1 will be 67.50 acres, and parcel 2 will be 67.56 acres. The next slide shows an aerial view of the project site. It is recommended that the Planning Commission conduct a public hearing and that you hear all the opponents and proponents of the proposed project. Staff would then recommend that you approve parcel map 02520 by taking the following actions. Adopt a negative declaration by finding that the proposed project will not have significant effect on the environment as recommended by the Environmental Evaluation Committee on November 13, 2025, and adopt the attached resolutions and supporting findings approving parcel map 02520, subject to the attached conditions. I will leave you with a copy of the vicinity map, and that will conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Could we have a representative come forward? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. We miss Max.
I know. Me too. I'm Natalie Erickson. I'm the managing member of Matco LLC.
You've read the entire project and agree with everything in it?
Yes, I have.
Any questions or comments?
No.
Okay, we'll open this up to the public. Anyone like to speak on this item? Okay, if not, we'll bring it back to the commissioners.
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of parcel map 02520 as recommended by staff.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Schaffner?
Yes.
Kalen?
Yes.
Robin?
Yes.
Cabañas?
Yes.
Gallegos?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
All right, agenda item number 5 stands approved by this commission. Should any
Thank
member of
you.
the public?
Hopefully we
very
didn't
much.
make that too easy for you.
All right.
Agenda item number 6.
Agenda item number 6 is consideration of conditional use permit 25-0009. This is submitted by the Winter Haven County Water District. It'll be submitted, read into the record by Rocio Lee.
Good afternoon again. I will present the conditional use permit 25-0009 with the initial study 25-0027 submitted by Winter Haven County Water District. The project is located at 495 3rd Avenue in Winter Haven, California, 92283 with assessor parcel number 056-291-005, highlighted in red on the vicinity map. The zoning for the parcel is government special, and per the Imperial County General Plan, the land use designation for this project is urban area. The next slide shows the zoning of the surrounding areas, with the project location is shown in red, with Native American land in the north, low-density residential zones to the south, diversity of industrial, commercial, and residential to the east, where the Winter Haven community is located, and general agricultural zone to the west. The applicant is proposing a conditional use permit to construct a new groundwater well to replace well number 2, which provides potable water to the small rural community of Winter Haven, including approximately 107 residential connections, 22 commercial connections, and 495 space RV park. The district system currently relies entirely on well number 3, which produces about 350 gallons per minute. Well number 2, which was installed about 40 years ago, has been out of service since 2016 due to sand infiltration caused by structural failure of its well screen and gravel pad. The well number 2 will be drilled about 500 feet deep with a 10-inch casing and an estimated production capacity of 645.20 acre-feet per year. Once operational, the new well will provide a second water source to ensure continuous water service during outreach, maintenance on emergencies affecting well number 3, increase the total water supply capacity of the system to meet current and future peak demands, support reliable potable water service from the entire Winter Haven community, improve public health and protection by complying with regulatory requirements for source capacity and redundancy, and enhance overall system resilience and sustainability when combined with planned treatment repairs and a future distribution system replacement. Here's a copy of the proposed site plan. This is a copy of the area view. Staff recommended the Planning Commission hold a public hearing, hear all the proponents and opponents of the proposed project, and then take the following actions. Adopt a mitigated negative declaration by finding that the proposed project will not have significant effect on the environment as recommended by the EEC hearing held on October 23, 2025, and approve the attached resolution and supporting findings for conditional use permit 25-0009, and authorize the Planning and Development Services Director to sign the CUP contract upon receipt from the permittee. Here's a copy of the vicinity map, and that will conclude the presentation.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm just the manager of the water district, so in case you had any questions.
Tell us who you are. And
I'm Rick Miller, Winter Haven Water District.
Is that antenna tower there the one that was put up for the fire department?
Yeah.
And they stopped using it?
You talking about the antenna tower?
Yeah.
It's been used. We don't know how it got sold or why we're not getting any income from it. That's a different matter.
I guess the county did that, huh? And you weren't looking?
I'm not sure who did it, if the fire chief did it, I don't know who did it.
I remember when we put it in, then later on, somebody told me there wasn't anything on it. It wasn't being used.
No, it's been worked on, there people work on it constantly.
It was not the county. Want to put it on the record?
No, I don't think it was the county,
The county
no.
did not sell the tower.
I think it
Okay.
was sold illegally by a member of the community. That's an issue of contention that's been going on for years, and nobody can get a straight answer on how it got sold, so.
Well, sir, we had to punish you by making you sit through the first item today.
Well, I just wanted to, hope you guys didn't get beat up too bad, so.
Okay, so you guys, you're good with everything in it? You don't?
We're good with everything in. I do have a little issue with the lot merger, but we're working on it. I mean, a lot merger should have been done 50 years ago when the plant was put in. But
Yeah. Sure you're ready to go with it like that, right?
Oh, they're really good at lot mergers.
Whatever they're working on, yeah.
Yeah, I know, they, like, I
We're
don't think we get
batting 50-50
a draw a
today.
crowd like we would here. We can bring everybody from Winter Haven, we still wouldn't fill the room.
Bring everybody from Winter Haven.
Yeah.
We're good with the action that's being.
Okay, so we'll open this up to the public. Would anyone like to speak on this item? If not, we'll close the public portion and bring it back to the commissioners.
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of the conditional use permit 25-0009 as recommended by staff.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Schaffner,
Yes.
Kalen,
Yes.
Rubin,
Yes.
Cabañas,
Yes.
Gallegos,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Dunn.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for putting up with us.
Oh, no, it's part of the game, I guess. It's entertaining.
Agenda
Maybe
item-
from your side.
I wouldn't get beat up.
Agenda item 8, number 6 stands approved by this I'm sorry, where am I?
Okay, number 7.
Well, 6 stands approved by this commission. Should any member of the public wish to appeal, must be done by filing the appropriate appeal. 7, conditional use permit 25-0018. This is a Verizon wireless application for re-entitlement, and it'll be submitted by, who's reading this one? Alan.
Morning.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is my name is Alan Molina, Planner 2, and I will be presenting on behalf of Gerardo Quero, conditional use permit 25-0018, which supersedes CUP number 02-0023, and the applicant is Verizon Wireless. This project is located at 402 East Beale Road, Nyland, California, with assessor's parcel number 021-160-014. Per the Imperial County General Plan, the land use designation for this project is Nyland Urban Area Plan, and the zoning for this parcel is M1U, meaning light industrial with an urban overlay. The next slide shows the surrounding areas of the subject parcel are general agriculture towards north and east, and light industrial towards south and west. The applicant, Verizon Wireless, through its authorized agent, Nuavi Communications, has submitted a CUP application to renew the entitlements of the previously approved CUP number 02-0023. The applicant intends to continue the operation of the existing 185-foot above ground level tower located within IID's Nyland substation. CUP number 02-0023 and variance number 129-94 were approved by the Planning Commission on November 13, 2002, and recorded on March 10, 2003. If approved, CUP number 25-0018 would supersede previously approved CUP number 02-0023 with a new 10-year period and a single one-time 5-year time extension. The following slide shows the existing tower. The next slide shows an aerial view of the parcel. The project site is highlighted in blue, and IID's Nyland substation is highlighted in red. The following slide shows the site plan, and the next slide shows a close-up of the site plan. The staff recommends that the Planning Commission hold a public hearing, hear all the proponents and opponents of the proposed project, and then take the following actions. Find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA under Government Code Section 15301, and that no further environmental documentation is necessary, and find that conditional use permit 25-0018 is consistent with applicable zoning and building ordinances, and approve conditional use permit number 25-0018 for a new 15-year term subject to the attached conditions. I will now leave you with the vicinity map for your reference, and that will conclude the presentation.
Thank you. Do we have a representative for this project?
Mr. Vince Amaya should be online.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you guys hear me? Can you see me?
Yep.
Well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to be here today and to have this project heard. Thank you to everybody. Alan, thank you for the presentation. So I'm just here for you guys for any questions.
Yeah, you read the entire project and agree with everything in it?
We did. I forwarded the conditions over to the Verizon Legal Department and Verizon Management. They had a couple of questions regarding the general conditions number 11 and 13. Well, not much of a question. They wanted to just get clarification that these conditions were consistent to the extent applicable to the federal law. That was it. And then for site-specific COAs, the conditions number S14 and S16, they wanted to add additional language to the end of the sentence.
Can you read what they wanted for the benefit of the
Yes.
commission and explain why you want to change those?
For number S14, they wanted to add towards the end that it says interference determinations shall be consistent with applicable federal law and subject to notice and a reasonable opportunity to cure.
Thank you.
For 16, they want to add at the end of the sentence, all requirements herein shall be limited to those imposed by and consistent with applicable federal law.
Okay, so with 16, that has to deal with our lighting requirements. And
Correct.
as you may be aware of, local jurisdictions have a right to impose conditions in addition to federal law. I will not be recommending any changes at this time other than the time extension that they've asked for. So it's my staff report. We got this late. Actually, we got this morning, so I'm not comfortable recommending.
This all has to go
any
through the
changes.
pilots, and then they get all stirred up and.
Yep, so the requested actions that they're asking for at this point, I got it just 10 minutes ago. And I wanted some clarification, but staff isn't recommending any changes.
Okay. Okay, do we have anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If not, we'll close the public portion. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of conditional use permit 25-0018 as recommended by staff.
Second. Call the roll, please.
Schaffner?
Yes?
Kalen?
Yes.
Robin?
Yes.
Cabañas?
Yes.
Gallegos?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Dunn?
Yes.
All right, agenda item number 8 is hereby approved by the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
However, the applicant or the public may appeal the decision by filing the appropriate appeal in the next 10 days.
Let the record show Russell Robin left the room. He has a conflict with this next project. So agenda item number 8.
All right. Agenda item number 8. Yep, okay. Agenda item number 8 is consideration of a similarity of use for the Imperial Center. In the case of a similarity of use, what we're asking for with the Planning Commission is to review the request and render a decision whether the nature of the new proposal, the new proposed use is similar to other uses that are allowed or conditionally allowed within that specific zone. If you do find in favor of it, the applicant would then have to go back and go through a CEQA process and a conditional use process and come back to you. Okay, so you're not making any approval of a project, you're just giving staff direction to proceed forward with going through a CEQA process to determine a full breadth of what the proposal is. Okay, so we're asking for direction.
Well,
we'll read. We'll give you the project.
go ahead and read that, and then we've got some questions. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I will be presenting a similarity of use for an interim recuperative care and transitional housing facility within the Imperial Center specific plan area. Next slide. The project is located at 1131 and 1147 Yerman Road in Huber, California, with associated parcel number 054-680-007 and 054-680-008, highlighted in red. The zoning for this parcel is Imperial Center Commercial Zone with geothermal overlay within a specific plan area. And per the Imperial County General Plan, the land use designation for this project is within the Imperial Center specific plan area. The applicant is requesting a similarity of use determination to operate an interim recuperatory care and transitional housing facility within the Imperial Center specific plan, stating that the proposed use is functionally indistinguishable from an extended stay hotel with embedded social services, a use that is already contemplated in the specific plan. The facility will provide transitional housing outcomes using hotel-style operations while imposing fewer impacts than either use individually. They are requesting a similar use determination and the issuance of a conditional use permit under the same review framework applied to hotels and transitional supportive housing projects with the Imperial Center. On the next slide, we can see the surrounding areas to the project location, which is highlighted in red, are shown as Imperial Center Commercial Zone with geothermal overlay within a specific plan area to the east, north, and south, and a general agricultural zone to the west. This is a copy of the proposed site plan. Those are two existing buildings. This next slide shows a copy of the proposed floor plan. And this is an aerial view of the project site. It is recommended that the Planning Commission conduct a public hearing and that you hear all the opponents and proponents of the proposed project. Staff will then recommend that you take the following actions. Make the finding that this is similar of use determination is statutorily exempt from CEQA per Article 18, Section 15268, A and C, Ministerial Projects of CEQA and Section 9203.10 of the Imperial County Land Use Ordinance, Title 9, and that no further environmental documentation is necessary. Approve or deny the resolution and make the attached findings to allow the requested use, and or approve or deny whether the proposed interim recuperative care and transitional housing program is similar use to the Imperial Center specific plan hotel designation as permitted with a conditional use permit. This is a copy of the vicinity map, and that will conclude the presentation.
Thank you. Do we have the project man here? Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon now.
Yeah.
Oscar Grijalva, Duggins Construction, 341 Crown Court, Imperial, California. We read through the presentation and we've listened to the presentation. There are no conditions of approval yet because, as Jim Minnick mentioned, we still haven't applied. We still need to come back and apply for a conditional use permit process and all of that. But we would like to request the attention to the similar use determination on our project. We're just here to answer any questions the commission might have.
Can you explain to us how that works?
What's that?
The extended living?
Oh, absolutely. Let me have Dr. Chow. He is the director of the facility, and he can explain that further. Just to clarify one thing before he does that also, on the similar use, because we're looking at the specific plan for the Heber project, we were limited to the amount of similar use or uses that are allowed either under permitted uses or conditional use permit uses. And so what we did, working with the County of Imperial, is we found whatever was closest to what we are doing there. It was a hotel, because people stay there and they stay overnight. They're not ambulatory, or they're ambulatory, sorry, where they can get up and leave whenever they want. They're not. It's not a hospital. It's not like that. So that's why the similar use that we're using is the Hotel 1. But Dr. Chow can explain a little bit more what the use is of the facility.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you. Basically, what we would be providing is hotel or transitional, short-term, temporary transitional stay for individuals to recover from hospitalizations, especially individuals who are homeless. As you know, if you're homeless, you go to the hospital, and when you no longer meet the acute stage to stay in the hospital, you get discharged back into the street. And many of those individuals go back to the hospital and cycling through. This is a benefit that the state has set out for individuals who have Medi-Cal, and it is, at the state level, it's considered room and board, just like a hotel.
And how long can they stay there?
They can only stay there to up to 6 months, subject to the approval of the health plan, the Medi-Cal health plan.
And what are the accommodations in the rooms?
Yes, room, we provide linen services, meals, and then a safety security guard, and then staff that would help them, assist them, oversight the medical medication that they have to take per the discharge order from the doctor. So similar to if you have a loved one that went to the hospital, come home, and they need your support in, hey, take your medication at the right time. If you have any question, if they have any question, we will help them connect with their primary care physician and make sure that they show up to their follow-up appointment.
And in the room, describe for me what's in the room.
It's just a bed and a stand where they can put their clothes. That's all.
So there's no, I assume there's a bathroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a bathroom available.
Is there an additional sink or a microwave or anything like that?
No, we will be providing food for them. There's a common kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah. And we cater in food.
And you're regulated to the state?
It's not regulated.
Just to clarify the room situation, so the rooms are basically like little cubicle stations, if you will. They don't have doors. There's 4 walls, there's 3 walls with an opening, and it has a bed for each individual. They don't share it. There's some that are shareable, but in this facility, we don't have them where they're shared. They could be, but they're not shared. And it has like a little closet for them to put their clothing and stuff like that, and their belongings, and a nightstand. There are there are showers and bathrooms, but they're more like communal areas. They all share it. So these bathrooms are basically shared by everybody.
So it's more like a dormitory?
More like a dorm, yes.
Except there's no door?
Except there's no door. Because of the security they want to keep.
Yeah.
Oscar, are there going to be a kitchen in there, or they're going to bring the meals from somewhere else?
They basically bring the meals. If anything, they'll prepare sandwiches. There's no cooking. As of right now, there's no cooking. They bring the meals already prepared, and then they just prep them and give them out. There's a little lunchroom area where they all get together and they eat and stuff like that. And then there's also computer station areas where they can kind of work on computers or learn how to use computers. They try and build up whatever it is that they want to work on.
How about security?
I'm
Security?
sorry?
Security 24/7.
Security 24/7.
And one more question, Oscar, sorry. Exact location where this is going to be?
This is on, the address is 1131 Yorman Road. It's out at the Heber facility, where the Heber Mall was going to be.
Oh, okay.
Where they had the 2 buildings, they had cannabis in there, they had Lowe's.
Yeah, where the little strip was going to be built and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Little mall.
Exactly. And so there's no off-site improvements or on-site improvements. All the improvements that we're doing are just we're building more cubicles and we're building some restrooms in there and the showers.
Would they have social services come in and help?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, and if the patient wouldn't, if they needed to stay longer than 6 months, could they? If their insurance would pay for it?
If the insurance would pay for it, yeah, because there are certain criteria, right? So there will be staff helping them find housing, permanent housing.
Okay, all right.
One more comment and question. Based on what we went this morning, is the community here going to be informed of this new facility?
Well, they will be informed through a public hearing, as far as that's concerned, but we're not doing workshops or anything like that.
No, but at least we'll be.
You hope not.
Yeah, I hope not. But through the CUP process, we will have public hearings, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I was asking if you're state regulated or?
No, it's not.
It's not?
Because this is not treatment. It's just hotel.
So because if they're homeless, they need a place to stay.
correct, ma'am.
And if they'll be back in the hospital, and it'll be more of an expense if you don't have the service.
Or they could die. in the city.
Exactly, or freeze, or,
You see it quite often, they discharge them out of El Centro Hospital, they're in the corner and
There you go.
they're still with the rope from the hospital, whatever.
And you have no massive generators in there?
No, sir. No humming, no nothing.
Just checking.
No traffic.
Okay, I'll open this up to the public. Would anyone like to speak on this item? Nope. Back to commissioners. Go
I'll
ahead.
make a motion to recommend approval of the similarity of use for the Imperial Center.
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Schaffner,
Yes.
Kalen,
Yes.
Robin, Cabañas,
Yes.
Gallegos,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Dunn.
Yes.
All right, agenda item number 8 stands approved for similarity of use. The applicant is now welcome to submit an application for a conditional use permit along with all the appropriate processes. And hopefully in due time, it will come back before your commission for a determination.
And they have half a town of Heber will be here.
One never knows.
If you ever see me in there, treat me well, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Number 9.
Number 9, consider another similarity of use consideration. This is for Green Energy Partners. And
Luis will probably read the project.
You want to get Ruben, or is he gone?
Is Ruben still out there, or is he? Oh, yeah. There he is.
Oh, there he is.
We told him we don't do anything without you.
I could watch that meeting from the other room.
How'd we do?
You did great.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Luis Bejarano again, Planner 2, and I'll be presenting similarity of use submitted by Imperial Valley Green Energy Partners for an anaerobic digestion facility. This project is located at 213 East Keystone Road, Brawley, California, 92227, with assessor's parcel number 040-250-020. For Imperial County General Plan, the project is identified to be within the Mesquite Lake specific plan, and the zoning for this parcel is MLI3RE, meaning Mesquite Lake Heavy Industrial with Renewable Energy Overlay. The next slide shows the surrounding areas are general agriculture towards north, Mesquite Lake Heavy Industrial towards south, and Mesquite Lake Medium Industrial towards east and west. All of the before mentioned with a renewable energy overlay. The applicant is requesting a similarity of use determination to allow the development and operation of an anaerobic digestion facility that would process organic waste to generate renewable biogas and produce nutrient-rich fertilizer. The applicant is requesting that the project be considered a use similar to those permitted within the MLI3 zone. According to Section B1 of the Mesquite Lake Specific Plan, page 50, uses permitted with a conditional use permit in this zone include, but are not limited to, alternative fuel-powered generating facilities. Typically, activities identified under this category include anaerobic digesters, biomass facilities, biosolid processing, and solar energy conversion. The proposed anaerobic digestion facility is consistent with these listed activities and is therefore being presented as a comparable use. The slide now on screen shows an aerial view of the property. It is recommended that you conduct a public hearing, that you hear all the opponents and proponents of the proposed similarity of use determination request for an anaerobic digestion facility. Staff would then recommend that you take the following actions. Make the finding that this similarity of use determination is statutorily exempt from CEQA per Article 18, Section 1526(8) A and C, Ministerial Projects of CEQA, and Section 9023.10F of the Imperial County Land Use Ordinance, Title IX, and that no further environmental documentation is necessary, and approve or deny the resolution and make the attached findings to allow the requested use, and approve or deny whether the proposed anaerobic digestion facility is a similar use for the Mesquite Lake Heavy Industrial Zone with a conditional use permit. I will now leave you with the vicinity map for your reference, and that will conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Hello again.
Hello again. Tom DeBose, DeBose Design Group. Almost called my old company. I'm representing Imperial Valley Green Energy Partners. And back in 2005, when the specific plan for Mesquite Lake was put together, my former firm that I was a partner in was involved in putting together that specific plan. And it's amazing, 20 years later, the things that we have and can do that really wasn't contemplated back then. And throughout the plan, there's lots of anaerobic digestion discussion, but wasn't quite fitting into the square. And so if you'll recall, those of you on the commission, almost 3 years ago, we had a project application that came in front of you for True North Renewables. And they were down on the corner of Harris and Highway 111. And this commission approved that full application that included a specific plan amendment and had a conditional use permit, and it had a lot merger, and it had a few other things. And so it was a complete package, and it got passed through you and got right up to the Board of Supervisors when the company folded its tent. I don't know why, but they had another project that was approved already in Kern County. They just closed down. Their big push is on renewable energy, renewable natural gas, and we have commodities and products here in Imperial County that work for that. And this site is the heaviest industrial zone in Mesquite Lake, and Mike Imeson here, who he can answer any questions you have. They have a technology that's been developed throughout the world, but the first one hasn't been sited in the U.S. yet. And his family company has the rights to that technology developed in Germany that's got 30 years of history for all of the United States and actually United States and North America, I guess. This project will, if you were to approve the similarity use, will need a conditional use permit, and so we'll go through all of that process at the time. But their plan is to take feedlot manure and mix some food waste in there to produce a renewable natural gas, and also to produce a pelletized fertilizer for agriculture. This is going to be working with the folks in Brawley, Paul Cameron and Bruce Singh, and they're going to haul the manure in, and pelletized fertilizer will be hauled back out by Bruce. They just put the final ink on their contract with Southern California Gas Company just a couple of days ago. So we're off to the races to have this go forward. And so our ask of you is to find that this is a similarity of use of the language that's in that specific plan, and that will allow us to then move forward on doing a conditional use permit. And if you have any other questions, and I'm thinking maybe you're not because you're all pretty worn out, but Mike Imeson here is available to answer any questions about what we're trying to do.
So Tom, basically the only thing that's changing is that the language is going to include not only energy, electricity, but also natural gas.
Renewable natural gas, yeah.
Okay.
How about the smell, Tom?
Mike, I'm going to let you address that.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit. I've been working on this for a year and a half, and glad to say we actually signed the contract yesterday with SoCal Gas for a long-term contract. There is, while anaerobic digestion is at the core of this over the 30 years they've refined this in a much more sophisticated process than the standard anaerobic digester. And it's been in operation internationally for 30 years. There is virtually no odor at all. The building's all enclosed. When the manure or other feedstocks come in, it goes into a negatively pressurized space, so that you don't smell anything 25 feet away from the building itself. And the same thing with the fertilizer. When the guys pick up the fertilizer, they go inside through a space like that and then pull out. The other benefits of Wabio is called the technology, is that it recycles all its water, uses virtually no water. There's no water emission at all. There's virtually no air emission at all. So it's a really self-contained process. I think we use 14 acre-feet a year of water, is it. And that's just to make up, water from, as we're reusing it, recycling it. But it's all recycled, retreated, and recycled.
So the manure that's collected, is it collected fresh out of the pens?
It's coming right out of the pens.
Okay, and directly.
It can go right out of the pens.
It would bypass the composting process.
Right. I mean, the benefit of having Bruce involved with the compost things is that's our backup, right?
Yeah.
So we need a steady supply of these materials, and we can also handle organic food waste, which there's a lot of food waste that's going through here and being buried in Yuma.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah, San Diego is having all their
Absolutely.
stuff drop right through.
Yeah, so I'm talking to CR&R because we can use that as well. And we in our final analysis with SoCal Gas, to meet some of their provisions, we're using about 50% of the manure and 25% food waste and 25% ag waste. And there's a lot of ag waste around here as well that we can use. We get as much, the other benefit of Wabio is that it handles a really wide range of feedstocks. So we get as much RNG out of straw and hay as we do out of manure or food waste. So our biggest plant is in China, and it's quite large, and it operates on rice hulls and rice straw. So we can use...
Those are two really tough.
Really tough, right?
Yeah.
So, and then we generate power from that. We've got one in Malaysia that, deals with palm oil, leftover stuff. One in Serbia that I visited deals with sugar beet pulp. Mm-hmm. So I was talking to those folks up there before they folded, which is unfortunate, because we can use that as well.
Would you be able to compete on, this is kind of a hypothetical because now they're gone, but
right.
Would you be able to compete from a feed price for beet pulp to run it through your process?
Yeah, we could. We're working with the feed a sugar refinery that's in northern Colorado, another one in Minnesota, and we're able to compete with that.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Win-win
And
situation.
we actually get tipping fees from some of the, like CR&R will pay us a tipping fee to do, so that sort of balances that out. Yeah.
Jobs, how many jobs?
It's about 50 on a regular basis, right? They're high-paying jobs, they're electricians, there's, and then there's the ancillary jobs, the haulers and, everybody else on the fertilizer side and on the feedstock side. So there's about that. During construction, there's hundreds, obviously, and it'll all be constructed using local, all the materials are from the United States that we use.
But there's 50 jobs.
But there's only about 50, yeah. They're actually in the
We're trying
plant.
to get a workforce from here.
Right, yeah, absolutely. It'd be the regular, about 50 to run the plant itself.
But you'd be able to put the beet haulers back to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can put a lot of people back to work from that other side, for sure. But,
Sure.
And then the downflow, yeah.
And the food that you're putting through, that's sledge from San Diego or what?
No. We're not doing any sledge. We could do sledge. Theoretically, we could do sledge. This is organic food waste that's been sorted out and is being hauled because they can't bury it in landfills anymore.
Mm-hmm. That's
hauled
the
through.
green can.
Yeah, that's the green can. That's what we're
That's your leftover.
And there's also, the restaurants here have to segregate their food stuff. Right now, there's no place to sort of put that, so we can take in that. One Row Beef has a fair amount of waste materials from the slaughterhouse that we can also use. Paunch manure and offal and other things that they haven't got a use for. So we've been talking to them as well.
Would alfalfa bales work for you any better?
Alfalfa bales would work.
But you could pay more for those instead of rice hulls?
We could probably pay. Well, when
it ain't worth nothing right now.
Listen, when I drive around and see there's over the last year and a half, and see all those dead bales at the bottom of a big pile, well, bring that in. You know, it's no longer good for feed, but we can definitely use it. So,
There you go.
yeah. There
So
you go.
Rudy brought up sludge,
Yeah.
which you are not entertaining. But as it goes through this process with used food in the green cans from San Diego or wherever it's coming
Right,
from, you really don't know what's in there.
Well,
So how do you account for heavy metals and that kind of thing? Because that's the
That's right.
concern with sludge.
Yes.
If that's applied to the fields,
Yeah.
pretty soon you can have your field with so many heavy metals out there you can't farm any longer.
Right, yeah. And that's, by the way, the stuff, by the time we get done, it's non-pathogenic, right? I mean, our
Sure.
output is completely clean. But we're working with CR&R right now because they have a anaerobic digester using a different technology in Paris, California.
Okay.
And they've had to deal with all those issues, right? The sorting issues, making sure that you're not running into those kind of
Right.
problems. So we're working with them. We're going to take in some of their stuff. They're going to teach us how to make sure that we avoid those problems.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, sludge is actually great, but not here. You know, there's at some point down the road that's still a real viable feedstock for us. Maybe in Mexico, you know, where they've got a huge amount of sludges coming back from the big water treatment plant by San Diego that's going back into Tijuana. So that's a real problem for them.
Right.
Yeah.
And for San Diego.
And for San Diego, yeah. So we're looking at another project there
Okay.
too. But this is our lead project, the contract with SoCalGas, which we did just sign yesterday. Is a big deal. You know, it's a 15-year contract. And
Could you also process liquids?
we can process, you know, like
Like
some
stillage?
of the waste material. Yes, we can, and some of the waste material that's coming off of from Monroe beef, right?
Sure.
It's it's liquid
Like ponche.
stuff in it.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So we can do that too.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a really wide range, and in Germany they use it for all. They actually have. Of course, they're much better about sorting away their organic food than we are here. You know, they've been doing it for a long time. They have dump trucks just coming in and dumping right into the process there. We're gonna have to do a little more work than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we also turn out CO2. I have a contract with Air Gas for that. We can do dry ice, which Eric at One World Beef needs a lot of.
Sure.
So we've got these other side projects as well.
So would you consider this a test plant or you're ready to go?
I'm sorry, what
Would
was
you
it?
consider this a test plant or is it, you're ready to go?
Oh, no, it's ready to go. Yeah, there's
And
no
get bigger.
testing. It's
You
bigger.
can't.
It's bigger than, it's as big as the one in China, right? And what Wabio does, I mean, we've got projects that are going forward in the Midwest, at feedlots in the Midwest. Wabio's already sent their full team over, all their engineers over, and they'll be here before long to do the same thing, to really make sure they got a handle on the feedstock itself. And they do the engineering package, et cetera. And then we'll use a U.S. EPC contractor to actually build it out.
How many tons a day do you anticipate, or truckloads?
It's about 25 truckloads a day.
That's a pretty amount.
Yeah, it's 140,000 tons a day. So.
And how many of fertilizer would be going out?
Almost
Half
the
that?
same.
Oh, really?
Well,
Okay.
you know, because we don't lose a lot, right? I mean, all of the digestate is basically that fertilizer.
Sure, okay.
Right? So it's a fair amount coming back out again.
And
And it's
the- and the-
organic, NPK, pelletized.
And the fertilizer, how much nitrogen do you think is going to be?
Well, you know, we're talking to Eric about that, because we can add blood meal to this and get the nitrogen up.
Wow.
Past,
Okay.
right now, we're down at, 3-4%. We can get up to 8, by adding some blood meal and still meet all the other criteria.
And phosphorus?
And phosphorus is, I don't know, it's about 4 is what I'm seeing right now.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the final test, it depends on what we put in, right?
Sure.
Right, that's the
Yeah.
problem, is that we can adjust what we're putting in.
Yeah, you could make blends.
We can make blends, we can. Yeah, we want to, you adjust it first to maximize the RNG output.
Sure.
And then secondly, to look at the fertilizer that we're getting at.
Sure, what the
And,
farmer wants to buy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Mr. Kelly, your 3 minutes are done.
Thank you.
We don't have all the information. Mr. Minnick's getting hungry over here. So.
Well, we probably all are.
You want to chance it and see if?
Yeah, that was quite a morning.
All right, well, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve similarity of use, what do we call that?
Snake oil.
Green Energy Partners similarity of use.
Second.
Call roll, please.
Schaffner?
Yes.
Kalen?
No. Yes.
Groban?
Yes.
Cabaña?
Yes.
Gallego?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
And Dunn.
Yes.
All right, agenda item number 9 stands approved by this commission. Feel
Thank
free
you.
to go do an EIR and all the other stuff you need to do. Yeah.
I'm afraid every.
Comments. Not as wordy as Carson. I want to thank you for a very long and arduous hearing. It is probably on record as the longest we've done in this sense.
Felt like
I appreciate the effort you put into it. I apologize for the effort you had to put into it. And on behalf of the whole department, Merry Christmas and hope you have a good New Year.
Can you apologize in advance for next time we gotta go through the hearing?
Just don't put it the day before Christmas. Something like this again.
This line over here?
Yes.
Last thing, I didn't realize we were going to cram 2 hearings into one, so you guys made your quota for the.
We get paid twice? Yeah.